What is PT?
Meow, 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 meow. Hi, hi. Hello, I miss you all. I miss you all so much. Hello, hi, welcome. Let me turn this on. Where's Baby No Money? Come here. Let me. Can I turn myself up by one notch? Who the hell? Let's see. I love winter today is haunted, and I did take my vitamins. I just went to go do that. But hello, Coco. Hi, haunted. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Turnip. Scroll. Hi, Kai. Like, oh, going. Oh, hi, Doc. Except don't. You're driving. Where's PT? Hi, hi. We are chilling today because I'm very tired from work. I had all day yesterday off, but like, I'm very eepy. So it is a no makeup day. No makeup day, chill day. What are we doing exactly? I don't know actually. We have two games we can choose from. But other than that, how is everybody doing? How are we all doing? Happy birthday. Oh,
What
happy
is
Thanksgiving.
propaganda? It's when a British person takes a good hard look at something.
That made me short circuit. I went to all the wrong pages. I have a Republican. I'm gonna hate that. Oh my god. How is everybody doing? Um. Oh, I didn't tell Shaylin. I'm gonna call out my friend immediately. Cause his ass probably ain't here. You know how we like to sing Epic the Musical here? Sorry, it's kind of chilly, but by default, this blanket was on my chair, so now I'm putting it around me. Anyways, you know how we like to sing the Who and the What? Yeah, apparently my friend joined the stream for a split second, and that's what he got to see. Laughed and then left, and I was like, you. Oh, yeah, he Because he was saying like, yeah, I heard that like a woman what? Because we sing those things all the time, and I was like, oh yeah, we also do like the Who, and he was like, yeah, I was there for that. I was like, oh my god, this is odd. Oh my god. Anyway, so that was the funniest thing hearing that. HOTTOGO. Anyways, I'm glad you've been chilling, Coco. We'd like to hear that. How is everybody else? I almost shouted Who again because I saw it sitting there. I need to fix my hair. My hair is still not dry, nor styled, nor are my eyes fully open. And I say that in joking manner because they feel very heavy and I can't see. So we big fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! It is big chilling. Friend, of course, Turnip, of course. I love you very much. As we all do. Fuck yeah, I wish Disneyland was closed on Thanksgiving. Like, I'll take that holiday pay. I'm gonna make a lot of money so that I can buy gifts. But oh my, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I have to work. Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 4 days in a row. That's so funny to say 4 days in a row. Like, yes, people work 5 days in a row. But the late nights make me so much more eepy. Okay. Sorry, this is gonna be a side tangent. This one piece of hair is the most annoying piece of hair I've ever had to deal with. Because you see how I have a cowlick there and it all goes up? Yeah, well, this one doesn't have a cowlick. Why? I don't know. Let me just put it behind it. Anyways. See, yes. See, turn up exactly what Honda said. L-T-T-O-G-O. I do have a candy cane I stole from work. And by stole, I mean, I don't know if it was for our department. But no one stopped me there. My being blocked? Blocked by what? Oh, it's Twitch Mobile cutting you off from us again. I don't know where to put it. I took my charms off. Put Nami over there. I actually need to give my Nami charms a break. One of them is cracking, so I think I need to buy a new one of it. I think I smashed her foot into something. Truth be told. It would be sappy. So true, Haunted. As you should be. We can get sappy up in here. It's a holiday weekend. Holiday week. Not weekend. Make it easier. So right, Turnip. So right. I love you, Nikki. I love you. Goodbye. Drive safely to work. Hello, Viper. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We are yapping right now. I'm very eepy. My phone ran out of battery. It died in the middle of the night because I had a stupid phone game up the entire fucking night because I fell asleep with it on. So I'm very eepy. I didn't wake up. I mean, I woke up on time, but I was just like, oh fuck, I gotta get up. Watch for a while, to be honest. Nervous to chat. Oh, no worries. Never be nervous. We're just silly little guys. We silly little guys who bite, but we bite with love. So do not worry. What brings you around here, though? Do you like horror? Or you here for the farming? Are you here from the cozy side or are you here from the horror side? Because we love them both. In his fighting Twitch? Oh yeah, Twitch really doesn't seem to like the VPNs. Because it's you and Kai who's had that problem, Doc. And it's always been the VPN. Ooh, I have coffee. I have my normal peppermint creamer in it, but we also have Abuelita's creamer because I did the Abuelita's hot cocoa, but it's creamer form, not as super strong as the actual hot cocoa, but really good. That's a really like chalky coffee I have. Love new people, exactly. I buy two, fuck yeah. When it comes to my streamers, you real as hell because sometimes I just want to play cute, cozy games, and then sometimes I play the most horrific game ever. I'm like, wow, this is so cozy. Like, ooh. Me with my zombie games, because those are so cozy. I'm a ghost. You real as hell, Haunted. You are a ghost. Well, you could try to bite. I just don't think it would be effective. There was this cute video I saw of a dog, and it was biting its owner because she was going to school. Like, she was getting dropped off to school, but his bite was 100, attack 100%, damage was at 0. No damage dealt. He was just very upset she was leaving. It was very cute. Against the oath I took to bite? Why I'm a dog? Okay, you know, acceptable. Acceptable, Doc. I will accept that. Unless you wish to become an oath breaker, and then, you know, we will also still accept you. Community games. I'm lost. Real as hell. It's okay. The community games are really good. We have good community games here. Oh, yeah. I should actually do those and not forget. Resident Evil? I know. Next week we go back to normal. Kai, next week we go back to normal, and then we start Resident Evil 6. We start that. Is this on this playlist? Sorry, I was so taken back by this song. Hold on. I accidentally turned it up too loud. I just want to turn it up a little bit. It is! Fucking love this song. By my friend. Oh, why are you biting me? I said, hi, Fox. Let me do rolls. Let me just see. First up is Haunted. If I can fucking read. Okay, you're doing good. Oh, yeah. I thought that was a lower number. It's not. But you got a 14, 19, and 9. So you're doing good. Yowdy yowdy. Next up is Turn Up. My love. 17. Turn Up, you're doing amazing. You don't worry about a single thing. You got a 17, 7, and a nat 20. What comes next? Fox. Let's see. Fuck yeah. You got an 18, 14, and a 7. EB tired, but you have a lot of stuff going on and you're doing good. Hi. No! No! I got it. I got the dice back. Oh, Kai, you have full recovered. You got a 14, 17, and a 16. You're at full recovery now, Kai. I'm writing right now? Well, not right now. I ran out of ideas. Oh, real as hell. You're doing great then, Haunted. So, uh-huh. You're doing fine. Don't panic. Give to me, Resident Evil. And 3 remake. The remake over there. Yeah. I will say remake of Resident Evil 2, I feel like is really fucking good. Like, it's really good, but like in comparison, like to the games, very, very similar. Very good. Very I love it so much. I can literally tell you oh my god, Fox, I've played that game so many times that I literally can tell you the codes for all of the like lockers and whatnot. Because I remember them all. I played the game too many times. Second person to confirm those? Yeah. Resident Evil 3, if you want a shorter run of a game, the remake, still really good. Fucking love Carlos. So it's extremely faithful. Yeah, I feel like there are some differences, but like compared to like 3, the OG 3, there's a whole like clock tower section and a mansion-ish section, and they decided instead of putting that into the remake, they took it out. They left like remnants of it because there is like you go by the clock tower in the remake. The clock tower is there, it exists, but you don't do the same thing as that. So it's extremely short. You can complete 3, I think, in 3 hours. I think that was our goal. 3 or 4 hours. I don't know. There was like, yeah, there was a huge chunk that they took out. I think they took out, but then they put in a lab section, which was fine. The lab is like the final fight section. Really fucking cool. Do love it. It's quite absurd, but it's kind of when Resident Evil becomes silly, haha, just like there's no fucking way type of shit. But yeah, I don't know why they took it out. So it became, instead of like a kind of like full length game, it's extremely short, but it's really fun because it does still do this split back and forth of playing as Jill and you play as Carlos. So it's really fun. Also, I love how they designed Carlos. We love Carlos here. So it's so fucking good still. I still love it. It's just short. That's it. But I'm so excited. You need to play the remakes. They're so good. I want to start a fight. Ready? Why you're fighting? No! Because Moss told me 2 is the kind of game that you probably should play 4 times. Yeah. So, okay, I'll tell you exactly why. Because you have Claire and Leon. You can play both of them, but you have side A and side B. Yeah. So essentially, what's happening when you play side A and side B is side A is whoever you pick, Leon or Claire, you're the first person to get to the RPD. If you played side B, Claire or Leon, you're the second person to get to RPD, and things change. And I will say there's some things that change in side B, not like spoiler or anything, but that I know fucking happen, and they still scared the shit out of me. But yeah, I really love it. I really love like that whole concept because I think the first time I played Leon getting there for side A, so he got there first, and then side B was Claire. But it's really fun, and you have completely different stories as Claire and Leon. It's the same story no matter what if you play side A or side B. It's really just like the RPD areas that change a little bit, but it's really fun. That's how confusing Jill. Because it's complete. Dude, I didn't want to say. I was sat there the entire time during work because I was at a dresser shift. So I was sitting there just waiting to dress people. It was, yeah. Especially in one. Because then also you could get different endings too. But it's not necessarily all canon. The canon is that everybody makes it out. That like Rebecca and Barry, like you all make it out. Oh my god. There's something really sad in 2 that happens, but you see the beginning effects of it in 3 because 3 takes place before 2. That's the fun narrative of that. But yeah, I didn't want to say anything the whole time. I was like, no, you know what? I'll just let you play the game. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It was just non-existent. Yeah, Barry doesn't exist in that, but it's same as Rebecca doesn't exist in Jill's, but she does make it out. Canonly, she makes it out because unfortunately, she's not in any other fucking game, but she's in a lot of the animated stories. She is very important to the animated side of the movies, so we take it. Allegedly, Whisker. I love Mr. Whisker. God, that fucking so that's the Resident Evil, the one that you specifically played. It was the Resident Evil I grew up on. So like those fucking cutscenes, I have not seen those in so long, and his fucking highlighter yellow hair is so funny. God, I love it. If you want more, they are literally so peak. Once you play more of the games, I don't really want this though. Once you play more of the games, they're kind of pointless games to play, but they're Wii games. So I never even played them, but I've watched a lot of videos about them. I think it's like Umbrella Chronicles and something else. I have it written down somewhere. It actually covers some more of the story of Resident Evil and Resident Evil 0. So it covers Wesker's story, like what he was doing in the behind the scenes of all that, and Rebecca as well during that, and they're really funny. I don't know why they came out as Wii games, but they did. Anyways, hi, Quiet. I see you. I locked in on Resident Evil Talk. I hope you're well. I'm very tired. I've worked a lot this week, Quiet, and I got more work. Let me do your little roll, Quiet. 17, 15, and a 3. You're just very tired, exhausted, and want to spend more time with friends, but you're doing great. I hope work's been doing good. We play Stardew? Do you want to play Stardew? We're in between 2 games today, Dying Light or Stardew. They're so peak. Yeah. I'm telling you, Fox, you want any useless information about Resident Evil? I got you. Or explaining things. I got you. God, my neck. Oh, I didn't stretch this morning. I will hydrate in a second. You're playing on Oh, you play Stardew. We play Stardew. How is it on the Switch? The aggressive hugs you, hugs you, hugs you. Real as hell. The future. Man, that was prime entertainment watching Fox play Resident Evil while just sitting there trying to read my book. Give you a big ol' hug. I would love a big ol' hug from you. Played on the Switch the most because I die. How have you been? Have you been feeling better? Who else was sick? I forget who else was sick. I need to make sure they're not sick. Realize how short it was? Yeah, I didn't realize how short that game was. I think because I play the remastered version, which is just like, I think it was the remastered version is just the GameCube version that came out, and then they rebranded it as like, here's the remastered, and it's really just the GameCube version of it. Um, I feel like that one's so much longer than the original. Plays the OG Resident Evil 2 like the other night, and it takes her like an hour. That's crazy. I guess because the originals, like the original games were heavy on like their puzzle games. Like they are horror, but a lot of them are like focused on the puzzles, which you see slowly as like it becomes more action based, like action horror. You lose a lot of like the difficult puzzles. Unlike Silent Hill, who's like, hey, you want harder puzzles? I'm like, whoa, whoa. I love the puzzles. Um, I'm trying to think of the puzzles from the other game. 6, no puzzles. 6, all action. Still really fun. I will defend 6 with my life. I still do love it. Scratch my brain head for yeah. I'm trying to think. 5 doesn't really have too many puzzles. That's very like straightforward. If there's something you need, it's like, okay, go get the key. Okay, come back. I think 4 still has some. I'm trying to think of I don't remember the original. I played that recently, but I don't remember it as much as the remake. But 7 and Village have some like fun puzzles where you have to solve things and or like come back and put stuff down, but those ones are fun for puzzles. Not super hard, but like fun little things. Let me not toss my dice. Those yes. Dude, playing through all the Resident Evil with Kai is so much fun, but we're on 6 right now, and it's at the point that I just want to play Village, but I need to play 7 before I get to Village, and we need to finish 6. I just want to play Village. But I love the puzzles in Village and 7 because they're not too hard, but they do make you think just a little bit. And or I think 7 and 8 Village, those two have like secret hidden things where they're not puzzles and they're not necessary, but there's like riddles where you can go back and find things. Or in Village, they have like the special animals, like the legendary animals you can get because you can cook food in that one. Those ones are fun. I want to play that. I want to play them so badly, guy. Dude, we will get to those. We're gonna play the DLC for Rose too, because it's been a while. I only played that once, so I want to play that again. Has a lot of puzzles. Remake, not so much. Okay. That's what I kind of thought, but I couldn't remember. It's been a while since I played the OG. I think these games have made me so hungry for puzzle games. You're so real. The puzzle games are so fun. I have OG4, not remake. I'll be playing that one. Fuck yeah. OG4 is really fucking good. I love that one. I need to play it again because there's a VR version and I would really like to play it in VR. Because that seems like fun. Hi, Kev. Do you have work today? Or do you work tomorrow? Are you going to be in hell with me? Hello, Fire. Hello, hello. I really have been wanting to, I've been replaying Silent Hill F. Means silent louder than you? I can fix that any day. 1, it's NF screaming at me. 2, I can just turn myself up. I was loud in a game last night, so I turned myself down. I think there? Yeah. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah. NF was also screaming at us. $TBOYBPNO$. What was I gonna say? Oh, I've been playing through Silent Hill F again because I want to get the different endings. But I've been having an itch to play Silent Hill 2, the remake, again, because that one tickles my brain so much about how you can get different endings, but it doesn't tell you, so you have to figure out how to do that. But also, I was watching a YouTuber play through all the Silent Hill games, and I have an itch to play some of those. So I need them to remake 1 faster so that I can have it. But I really want to play some of the Silent Hill games. I want those puzzles. I like those. Say long because I went to bed late. No worries, Fire. Take care of yourself. Always good to see you. Catch up. But please take care of yourself. In charge of 1, right? I think I should really... There was somebody who I needed to email after TwitchCon. I did not. Because I'm socially awkward and I don't know how to message people. But I need to. Because I wanted to see about getting game codes, but also I don't care about that. I'll buy the games because I want to support them, you know, that type of thing, that type shit. I hate Jordy for that. It's me. I thought I was deaf. Nah, I had turned myself down because I wasn't sure, but I did not fix it. Not me. Oh my god, not me just gaslighting you all, thinking you all are deaf. A little itch to play Dead Rising. Ooh, I have never like properly played those games. I have them, but I've never properly played it. But today I'm deaf. Scheduling work today. My name was definitely. I see, Kev. Are you being paid? Are you? Did you do a silly little like hours? Are you there physically and there on the dailies tomorrow? Because I will be. I don't know where I'll be, but I'll be there. I mean, I know where I'll be, but you know what I mean by that. Use 4 hours? Fuck yeah. Okay. Are you full-time? If so, fuck you. And by that, it's the time of the year where I'm mad at the full-timers because I'm like, I want to be paid holiday pay and not be there. But also not fuck you, get that bread. I just want my holiday pays. Mountains, no signal. Be safe, dog. Have safe drive, okay? Ooh, I don't want skillet. For the show. Dude, I love Resident Evil. Oh my god, I'm just so jingle. I'm so Resident Evil coded. Where's my Steam? I look every time there's a Steam sale that I'm like, oh my god, is there any more Resident Evil I can buy? No, I own it all, but I want to buy it again. Also be working because I'm gonna be. Oh my god, Mr. Yes. Oh my god, we were talking about that. Me and my other friend, we were talking about it because of contingencies and stuff, and just like this is gonna hurt some people, but he's very cute. I am very happy about that. That's gonna be fun though. You get to be dresser. Just curious, what is the link in the Discord server? Find it. It's been meaning to join. No worries. Hold on. Is it this? I should know. Yes, I do. There's the link for the Discord. I was like, I should know my own like commands. First time dressing, it's really fun. Just talk to your performers. They're great. If that one's like, I mean, it's you'll be fine. It's the same thing that I do is I put it on, especially for like those types of fits. I put it on, like put them on, or like when you're slowly doing stuff, it's like, okay, you good with that? Do you need anything changed? You'll be fine. There's only a couple performers that like hear me struggle and hear me make my struggle noise and my grumbles at the zippers. Because I get mad at these zippers. Dude, invisible zippers, specifically on one character, oh my god, I hate it. But also sometimes the metal zippers, because we have those for are they on that one? No, those ones are plastic. A lot of like dresses, they have the metal zippers. Those things fucking hurt. Shown how to dress. Once how to dress them. If you are unsure of how to dress, just tell the performer. I had to do that with one of the peoples during Oogie Boogie. I was like, hey, so I've never done this. So just give me some time the first time. And so we went through the first. He basically gave himself extra time for the first dressing session. We did that, and I was like, cool. Thank you. Now I know how to. It's all new metal. Oh, I hate those metal zippers. Bros, for anybody that doesn't work with costumes, or just who doesn't work with dresses too. The tail should be fine. Is it like oh my god, who would you know?
Oh my god, no, I don't think you have anybody that's dealt with the. No, you have the dog, but you've never dressed with that before. It shouldn't be too hard. I've dealt with the tails a lot. It shouldn't be the worst. It's just a lot of finessing. Just do a double look over. For everybody else in chat, zippers are the worst thing in my entire existence. Okay, this is gonna be very suspicious. I say this would be very suspicious. These two nails, luckily it's not the iconic two fingers. But these two, I've had to shorten these nails because I broke them dealing with a couple of zippers recently. And it like dented it in because some of these zippers hurt so much. I have a callus on this finger. Oh, Kev, you'll get a callus. I'm sorry. Once you do dressing so much, I have a callus on this finger right here, and it hurts every once in a while. From just zipping because these zippers are either like you are locking them in and or they just don't want to zip. See how it goes tomorrow? You'll do fine. You got this. You're not alone dressing, right? You should have somebody, right? Because it's like our other big cat. And myself, some stuff. We do love that. If we do. You're so right. Oh, it really be like that. It's two-person stuff. Yeah, you'll be fine then. And he's new, so everybody's gonna struggle. I'm excited because I have a training shift coming up for one of our shows at Marvel. But it's gonna be the same case of that, Kev. I'm gonna get this training for the show. As long as it goes through, as long as we have both characters. But then afterwards, I don't know if I'll be getting the shift because it's a 10 a.m. shift. I've been stuck in closing. Finding excuses to hide while she cuts her nail. Dude, my nail was so bad when I was in Bistro the other day. Dude, I was like trying to like, you know when you use your other nail, like you're just trying to like peel it off because it was so jagged and I was like, oh my god. It was literally denting my nail. I think I really need to like, I need to go to like Miniso or something and buy like the mini like nail clippers and file kits so I can have that because like, oh my god. It gets so bad at work sometimes. During a fan, I straight up ripped off a thumbnail super low because it was already like splitting because it had cracked from hitting something because I was constantly breaking my nails there. But then I had somebody had sweatpants and I needed to untie it because they needed to put them on. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. But some girly pop tied it. Not this performer, like it was previously, had tied it and knotted it, and we could not get it undone. And he, in fact, was going to be late if we did not get it undone. My nail came off. My nail fucking came off that night. Back to tell me? Oh, yay! That's good. That's crazy, though, Kev. That's just a crazy thing. I think because I don't interact with the managers, and it's something I've talked to with some other people. It's like the managers don't really interact with all of us, which is fair. There is a lot of us. But like, I've never, when I've put in for stuff, I've never heard back from them ever. So it's just like crazy the differences of like when they like talk to people and when they don't. I'm like, interesting. But that's nice to know you're on the list. I will be petty if you get a vendor's training. And by that, nothing at you, nothing at the trainers, nothing at the leads, everything at scheduling. Because we still have not backlogged our A+ training. And I'm like, but I won't be petty at you and I'll be very happy because that means you'll be stuck with me. Except then I'll be mad because you'll be bumped higher than me. Because you're full-time. Oh my god, Syria! How welcome in Raiders. Clap. Aggressive claps. Welcome in Raiders. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Syria. Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah. We play a lot of horror games here, a lot of cozy games, cozy farming. Today we're in between the both of them. We're either playing Stardew today or we're playing Dying Like the Beast.
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah.
I thought he was
I'm a
gone.
variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays. Family-friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop whoop.
Fuck yeah, always clapping cheeks. A little ooh woo.
If you guys have a
How do you have so
prime,
many?
slap that prime on the table like a
You
big
have so many
fucking
points.
cock.
What the freak?
Show everybody that you
Why
have a
just
big
use it for a
fucking
little
dick today
ooh?
and slap that prime on the
Also,
fucking
Thrin,
table
such a
right
mood.
now.
Not cereal. I love just seeing all of them. Let's see who got dragged here. Christine. Cereal, you dragged yourself here, kicking and screaming. Dr. Jim, Jane, all of that. Serial lurker. Apparently, that's crazy. Respect, because me too. I'm just like, I have not seen that amount of points in a while. Everybody here has a lot of points, but they harvest them and they store them in their pockets. And it's crazy. But I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? But welcome in, everybody. My name is Sarah. Like I said, today we are playing either Dying Light the Beast or Stardew, but we're yapping for a while. Can relate? Fuck yeah. We've been yapping about work right now. Me and Kev work at the same place, and it hurts us. It's also very interesting. It's an interesting place to work. What an interesting time to work. Doc, I did think you were gone. Did you get for thinking that? I thought you lost service. I just thought you lost service. You said mountain, no signal. So I said, okay, he'll be back eventually. Already tempted to use my points. We do have some pretty sick, nasty uses of points. I do want to get some more. There's this one, specifically, I know some of my silly little people will understand. The Shaw girl. I'm very intrigued by that. Oh my God, that was my shoulder. How she uses her points for those like sound effects. And I'm intrigued by that bot that she uses. Very funny. I love the bonk. The bonk never dies. Service in and out. Okay, fair. Yeah, Turnip, you and Nikki. I think like Nikki's hers aren't dwindling. She still has a lot from the old times, but yeah. Is your shoulder okay? Yeah, I just pop a lot. I have bad joints. As a quick note, Serial, thank you for the raid and everything. For anybody with the raid, if you guys need to lurk, if you need to go do anything, or if you need to raid and run, please take care of yourself first. That's what matters. If not, we be yapping here. So you're more than welcome to yap. You're more than welcome to listen. You're more than welcome to... You're welcome. For what? I don't know. I'm just a silly little guy. I just work here. As I say at work all the time. Can't shout out from my phone? No worries. No worries. You on your phone? Are you at... Turnip, are you at work today? Like, do you work during the... Yeah. What'd you say? Can I say you're welcome? Exactly. What can I say? You're welcome. If you guys aren't following Serial for any of my silly little goopers here, please do. They're fucking great. They're fucking amazing. I try to catch your streams every once in a while, but I never get to anybody's stream anymore. I'm useless. I'm not. I need to watch other things. Oh, a SpongeBob quote. I always default to the same ones because I love me hoy mignoy. Me hoy mignoy. To find a place closer to work because it's hurting to... Dude, no, Kevin. That's why I don't want to open up to full-time. Because of that drive. Do I have... I think I have a scar from... you bastard! Hydrate! No, I think that's actually just the dent. I didn't hydrate from earlier. I'll put down the coffee. I'll drink some water for a little bit. Hee hee hee. Pet the little serial killer. That sounds so bad. Need a roommate? They do have the pages. They have pages for Disney workers. I would offer, but I don't want to pay that rent. I don't want to pay that rent. I'll help you look for a place. I love looking for places. Wait. Also, I was told they're training, and when talking to managers, to email managers after sending interest forms. Yes. Kev, you are right. You are right about that. Unfortunately, when you're a new hire in a sense of like with me, no one tells you that. So then I lose contact with all the managers because they don't interact. But I did form some friendships with some of them. I miss my girlie from Fan because she was my first like manager to work with for FLT. I love her. I miss her. And I'm like, girlie, I'm sorry that I had to drop Fan, but I was dying. I've been talking to people about it recently because I'm like, I did really enjoy the show and I do actually really miss it because it was a fun, fast pace. I don't miss the hours. So late. But like it was really fun. But my body was dying and that's the most depressed I've ever been. That was the most depressing time of my life. So I'm like, no, I did not need to be there. Help me find a bridge to live under? You can live under okay. I was gonna offer you can live under my desk because I have 2 desks, so it's very wide, but that also sounds very bad. You can live under my desk. You can live under my bed. My cats go under there. There, you can have that one. It's not a bridge. No one really crosses it. Under the support. That's I was so happy because I have trinkets under my desk. I have like knitting, I have crochet and cross stitch stuff under there. You got there's Chromie under there currently because she's not behind me. God, you girly, fuck yeah. Girls supporting girls, you know? Under your desk. Me unironically offering under the desk support job. Oh my god. To email her because they're being on Tria. Tria vacation? Fair. I love that girly so much. I love her lots. I'm really sad about Fan. I don't know. I just did not vibe with that room. That's like when you like your energies clash with somebody, and my entire energy with that entire room. Love some of the people from there, but yeah. Under desk bed? It's closer than I am currently. Damn. They're cozy up and true. It's because I have 2 desks. This one does stand up, but like it's like this nice little patio, you know? I got a whole patio under my desk. Serial, you're like defending, like you have your sword out defending like me. I was here first. She offered me. It is real, it is fair. I did technically offer you first, so technicality and by line, you are therefore hereby correct. You get to spend time with the cats under the desk. And I literally mean the cats because there is a cat hammock under my desk. And they do sleep in it. So they do like that. It's a new cat hammock too. But also the trash can's there too. That's okay. You have easy access to throw your stuff away. Or to live in it. If you do wish to live in the trash can under the desk. You got options. Jalen, I love you. I love you. Hi. Why do you have to be at work? Why do you have to be at work when I'm not there? Literally 2 days off that I have this week. And they're both when you're there. I am garbage. Well, I can offer up the garbage can then. If cereal doesn't take up housing in the trash can, you can live there. It's under the other desk, so it's far away from me, but you know, this is like me renting out an apartment under my desk. Because I'm here, I bet. Yeah. I fucking hate, I just can't be happy. They just said keep these 2 apart because that one's part-time and doesn't have seniority over other people there. I swear to God, I picked the one location that has all the full-timers. And I'm like, whoa. Whoa. There was nothing else to add to that, but it sounded like I was going to add more. I was like, well, sounds like I didn't finish my sentence. Oh my God. I don't know what that bear's from. I had yogurt this morning. No, it's not bad for me. It was Greek yogurt, okay? Because I know some people will yell at me. I'll have you guys know, my mother bought me pepperoni. And you know what? I can eat the pepperoni because it's turkey. So it's not going to kill me. Was it turkey? Yeah, it was turkey. Also, thank you, Quiet. I hope you're well, Quiet. I love you very much. I need to message you because I think you'll like my silly little thing I have ready. I just need to finish coloring it. I just did not feel that I should be coloring that at work. So I was like, oh, we're just going to put that one on hold and color that at home. I actually will just send it to you right now because I want to show the chat room the other things that I drew because I did make, let me get rid of me on my screen. Oh, it looks so funny because it's a cavernous of Let me turn on the color. I do that. Okay. We do that. We send this to Quiet because Quiet needs to see this immediately. Turkaroni? Exactly. Should I go get Yeah, you should. It's 10:51. Get breakfast. It doesn't taste the same. It doesn't taste the same, but at the same time, it has the same like spice to it that I like. And overall, it's actually probably really better for me because it's not as greasy. And grease makes me like heavily sick. It makes me feel very icky. Quiet, all you need to know about that drawing is that I needed it. I needed it. Anyways, I have some new emotes for you guys. I don't have them ready because I kind of forgot I drew them. What do you mean by like, I forgot? Oh, you know, I just drew them while I was at work. So I forgot they existed because then I got home super late and then just went bed and forgot I should probably upload those. So first up, we'll just click onto that one. First up, we have this one, and I think Kai will like this one. So Kai, if I could have your attention, hold on. Must lurk? Yes, you go lurk, Cereal. Go have fun time sleeping under my desk. I love you, the Cereal. Thank you so much for the raid. Please take care. I love you. So cute. Yes, look at this little shit. Look at this. Look at this graph. Have a look once I'm out of the mines. You're in the mines. Look at this graph. Anyways, I drew that one. A creature I've seen other than cats. Fair. Respectfully, fair. Because the cat should be up there. I do have this one, which is like the buffer one. I need to fix it up a little bit, but overall, very accurate. Do you have... I have video games on my phone. I actually, no lie, no cap. I also have this one drawn out. This is like the cozy one. I need to resketch some of it, but some of it worked better. We also have, once again, another rendition of my tiefling that I'm trying to figure out. Oh, you can just see the bottom outline. Another tiefling. And by that, I mean Harley, because I can't fucking figure out how I want to draw her. So she's been pissing me off. Respectfully pissing me off because she needs to be perfect. Not perfect, but like, I can't do her bad. Anyways, Kev, I do have the, we can... Is it gonna flip? Is it gonna flip? Thank you! Welcome in! Welcome in, Living Paradox. Welcome, welcome. I'm sharing my games on my phone. I do have the fill the bottles, colored thing. I was in the middle of that one, apparently. Haven't played in a while. We can play Love in Deep Space. I have that on my, my iPad. I also have Genshin Impact actually on here, and that is actually installed. It probably needs an update. I have an Ikemen, Villains, Atoma game. We got that. We have my new favorite addiction. This is a stupid game that I played through an ad, and I actually really love it. And it's the stupid screw games where you have to unscrew them all, but they're like by the colors. It really tickles my brain. Really tickles my brain. I really like that game a lot. I won't lie, the past few days, I have just been sitting here watching videos on my computer and playing that game at the same time. Raise eyebrows. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to draw her. Because I want that smug look. I think she's gonna... I honestly think Harley's gonna get, 2 emotes. Because I really like the idea of the waving tiefling, tail. But that's an animated emote. So I think I'm gonna make that for, her as well. I forgot we made her blue. Like, her skin color is blue. I forgot about that. I had to look up my old BG3 playthrough because I have not seen Harley in so long, so I took screenshots on my phone of Harley. I forgot how sick nasty her hair looks. I did really good with that. She's hot as hell. Do love her. But yeah, I forgot. I didn't forget what she looked like, but I forgot about the nitty-gritties of it. because I've been just trying to sketch it for so long. I have like 3 or 4 different variations of like these smug. No, I'm like trying to differentiate because we have Smug Shepherd, but Smug Schmecker, Smug Shepherd is very much like the I did that type vibe. We need Harley to be the smug of like you're coming with me tonight, buddy type of look. Oh, Skillet again. Is this 180? Also, this playlist I'm on right now is 180 BPM. I do have a 165 BPM as well. Some of these don't feel like they're matching up to the... Ooh, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I actually going to turn this up just slightly. Because I feel like now you can't hear the music. And by that, I can't hear the music, so I'm going to turn the music up. But those are the new emotes because I was bored at work and I was coloring all the stuff I needed to color. And then there was the one that I was just like, if I have somebody walk behind me, I should not be coloring this at work. It's not super bad, but it's bad enough to where it's like, it's not even bad. It's not bad at all. It's literally not bad at all, but I feel like my managers would not appreciate it type of thing. And in one of the locations I was at when I was trying to originally draw it, I was like, people walk right behind me. Let's not do this. And then, not yesterday, but Monday when I was working, I was in a location where I had a friend there, and I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this because I know without a doubt, if I keep this up, it's going to be asked of like, oh, what you drawing there? I was like, no, I cannot afford this. I cannot afford this at this current moment. I do have an update though. Oh my god, I didn't update you guys about that. Remember when I said that I really wanted to go to Barnes & Noble and I was like, no, I shouldn't buy more books. And then we all collectively decided, no, treat yourself, buy yourself books. So I did go buy a book. I won't lie, I went there to go buy Jurassic Park Lost World. I was like, not Jurassic World, but World is in there. Lost World, because I want to finish reading that series. And I finished the first one. I did not leave the store with that because that night B wanted to go. So I met up with her and our friend Chad. Did not get that. I, however, did pick up another romance book because I've seen this series before. Let me just like fold this. This has my location on it. Where's my other receipt in here? I've seen the series before. Perfectly fine. The covers always look amazing. But then I was seeing some stuff that people are like, it's not that good, and like complaining. So I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get it. I'll get something else. So I never actually picked it up. Some message, yeah, quiet. I was coloring that at work, and then I was like, maybe I shouldn't color this at work. Somebody's gonna ask me, what are you coloring? And then I have to show them that. So I politely put it away. So it's almost done. That one shouldn't be too hard because I'm not coloring them intensively because they're silly little guys, you know? But that was the outline for that one, nah, wonderful. Anyways, to debut this book, I need to show this book to Gothic because I think she will love it. It is Guardian Demon. Very pretty. Very pretty. It has an ombre and everything for this. Like, gorgeous. I wanted to get this because look at that spine. Also really cool. Very suspicious. So I was intrigued. So I was like, okay, I know the series. They're all like individual stories and whatnot. And then I opened it up. And it is the most god-awful yellow I've ever seen. And I love yellow, but I cannot read on this. But the fucking text on this was so fucking funny that I was like, I need to send this to my best friend right now because I had a message. It is yellow. Is the back yellow? Oh, that's really cute, actually. This front one is him, so this is the guy character, but on the back, it's her saying, like it's something she says, which is sunshine. That's really cute, actually. Because I was gonna get a different romance book because I found it's the Four Horsemen. What is that called? Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Horse. And yeah, of Apocalypse. There is that series, romance novels. What romance? I think the first one's Pestilence. And I found it, I was like, okay, I've been very intrigued for this for a while. Let me get this. But then I was unsure if it was actually good or not, so I texted my best friend. I was like, hey, you, forget all the other messages we were just talking about and that I haven't responded to. Should I get this? She was like, yeah, get that. And then we were walking around for a while. And then I found this, and I was like, nah, dude, fucking look at this opening message. I'm gonna have to put the picture I took of the opening, because it's just so hard to see. And she was like, you have to fucking get that. I was like, so I got this. So I bought this book, but I'm refusing to read it until I finish the Time I Got Drunk and Saved a Demon. I need to read that before I read this. But in other book news, and currently reading, my best friend's exorcism, because there ain't no way. Hello. Wee. Hi. How are you? How are you, little mans? There ain't no way that you will catch me at work with my romance books, unless they're normal. Now, some of my friends do bring them to work, but I'm like, no, you know what? No, I have other books to bring. I'm not going to. So I've been reading my best friend's exorcism. Is that also? Yes, it is. So, I had this out maybe a couple weeks ago, and one of my leads came in, and she was like, I fucking love that book. And so she was telling me about it. There is a movie. I did not know. I think it's on, like, Prime? It's on one of the exclusive. I think it's Prime. And she was telling me about it. She was like, it's not what I expected at all, but at the same time, it was really good. So I'm very intrigued. Yeah, the cover is amazing because it's done as a whole VHS. I love it because on the back it has this little, like, it's a fake sticker, but it's staff pick. So it's really cool. So I really love it. It has like that VHS, all the stuff on it. If you read horror, or if you ever want to read horror, it's by Hendrix. Really good. Very well done. I'm like just getting to about halfway through. So like, obviously she's possessed. It's on the cover. It's getting to like the beginning and nitty gritty of that. And I'm like, oh, okay. And it's actually really creepy at times. I was like, okay, because I've never read horror. I've only have one other horror book, but it's not really horror. It was like dark romance, but it was under horror because it was about Dracula. That one was very beautiful. Loved that. But like, I've never read like scary horror. But this was really good, and I think I might pick up another one of his during this week so I can watch streams. Hell yeah! Except I'm working like this whole week, so unfortunately I'm like not here at all this week. Back in my day when we had VHS and cassette tape, I have actually a cassette tape. She's somewhere up there. One of the artists that I went to go see with Last Dinosaurs, she had her like little EP on a cassette tape. It was very cute, so I bought that. But yeah. This is very good. I need to write a review for my friend Kodiak. Because they wanted book reviews. So, not book reviews, but book recommendations. So I'm gonna recommend this one. It was funny enough, where I work, at my place of work, you have to go through security to get in. Perfectly fine, so they check your bags and whatnot. He looked at my bag and saw this, and he was like, I fucking love this book. He was like, this is my favorite one. He gave me another one, and I need to write it down, of same author, but which one to read next. Because it's like the same vibe as this one. But he said this one is his favorite one that he's done. Bragging rights, if you like the dark romance, but also horror, mostly horror. Mexican. Ooh. My best friend read that. I have never actually thought about reading that book. I think because it's under fiction, which is sometimes it's very interesting where things are placed in the store. I used to work at Barnes and Noble, and even Even this book, which is the other book I was talking about, this is a romance. It's romance fantasy, perfectly fine. But it does have, it is like heavy on the romance. But it was still put in fantasy. So sometimes I question where things are put. Chaotic evil? Why, yes, you are. 2 trillion. I got $3 I can give you. Just picked up Powerless or Power Wash. Dude, I love Power Wash. The whole canon is good, but she's very much a horror sci-fi writer. It's very good, but placing her in fiction is... Yeah, because that's why I don't really read fiction. Perfectly fine. I do have some fiction books. I also have... I have the Odyssey sitting here, too, that I really need to read. But, like, I love my little fantasy and I love my horror. It's just what I like. But, yeah. There's some things that I'm like, you could put this... You don't have to put this in fiction. Like, you won't lose people, but it'll be harder to find. And or some normal fiction readers will pick it up and be like, wow, this is not what I expected. Perfectly fine, though. I'm going to add it to... I don't like... What is this? Goodreads. Oh my god, I could not remember what that... I don't really, like, use Goodreads, but now since I lose track of all my books, I have used Goodreads for myself. Mexican Gothic. I literally know what that cover looks like. I'll have to ask my friend, because she read it such a long time ago, but I remember she did enjoy it. I need to look up Hendrix. Woo! To find this book. Oh, is this new? He told me The Witchcraft of the Wayward Girls. Is this... Oh yeah, this came out this year. Want to read? I'll have to get that. Walk away to make food and just came back and you're holding a book up? Why, yes. I love yapping and we will yap about different topics at all times. So we were talking about books. Who likes one really good sci-fi property? Mass Effect. Dude, I really want to read the Alien books, actually. There's also Halo books. I don't think I want to read Halo, but it's intrigued me enough that I'm like, maybe one of these days. Let me get this. That song screamed at me. Let me do that. Hold on. I gotta get up. Okay. This is such a good song, Coco. What is this? Oh, Powerless. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Okay, I know exactly which book you're talking about now. It's a young adult fantasy novel where society is divided between magical elites. The song is too loud in my ears. The song was loud enough that my brain was decomposing. Powerless ordinaries who are banished. My friend is almost done with it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Interesting. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I always liked the covers. I was always intrigued by it, but I never picked it up. I think because I have like love-hate for YA. Because sometimes I read it, I'm like, this is still really cute. I really love this. And sometimes I read it, I'm like, fair. But I know because there's 3 books for Powerless, right? Warhammer. True, I could read Warhammer. We do love Warhammer here. Read a few of the Halo books, pretty good. I'm intrigued about reading, I think it's the one, I think it is like literally called The Flood. But it's about the Flood. Yeah, I've gotten Powerless, but not sure what to expect. Told me to get it. It's really popular. And it has its full book set now, I believe. At least for what's out. I can recommend a whole bunch of shit. And that's simply because either my knowledge of books from working there and or my knowledge from my friend that I have taken. Warhammer. The Creek one. Ooh, okay. I always see what's there. Because we have it on like the franchise ones where all the Star Wars and Star Trek ones are. Alien's always the first one. My goat. I have the Alien comics. I need to go and clean those and properly store those. Literally just the first game. Nobilized. Okay, maybe it's not that fun though. Maybe that's not like that fun to read. But it'll still be fun to read. I'll have to see what we have for Warhammer there. I know where I can check my other store. Like my actual home store. I should have applied to work there, but work picked up. I have so many books I have not read, but there's so many books that I have up there. Hold on, we'll do this. That I have up there that like just aren't jingling my jingle right now. Oh, you need book recommendations? I got you. That's why I need to write Kodiak a little. Hold on. I need 2 hands. I need to write them proper like book recommendations, like one from each like genre. So yeah. It's so good. It's so good. The Flood is literally just... Is it good? I mean, that's the only one I really... Because I love The Flood. I hate The Flood. It just seems like a really fun book to read. Like, about the Flood. Jingle your jingle? No, it's supposed to be I'll jingle your jangle. Thank you, Turnip. There was these treats in where Kev works, and it was a jingle jangles. I was like, they're jingling your jangles? Damn. Anyways, if you do ever need book recommendations, one, Viper, I will always give them. I love them very much. Can talk about it here very much. If not, in the Discord, since I know you wanted to join that and you joined. I'm pretty sure you joined. Yes, you did. Okay, I see the welcome. We have a channel in there that is book and manga recommendations. We sometimes yap about books there. Gothic has given so many book reviews there. She did heavily review, she reads a lot of romance, but she's been reading like normal fiction books, specifically ones with cats on the cover, and they're books that I really want to read. But yeah, we have a little channel there. Oh my god, Maximum Ride? Dude. I never read that series, but my friend Blanca from when I was in middle school literally met her at the anime club at the library. Love that girl. Have not spoken to her in years. Don't even know if I have her number, but like she was so into that series. Do not read those books. Ooh. Read her books? Really good spy series? I remember that one. Wait, what is that one? What's your thoughts on that then? I have a meme for how much to not read those. I've read those. I have a meme for how much to not read them. Me, I have also read them. Honestly, real as hell. Real as hell. Wait, I love that. What, Alex? Alex. I need to see what this cover. Okay, I was like, I know that series, but I need to look at what that looks like. But that girlie, she loved Maximum Ride. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I don't want this song right now. Also, do we have any opinions of gameplay today? Do we want to play Dying Like the Beast, or do we want to do some Stardew? Teen Spy Book. I won't lie. I didn't read a lot. It shows. It shows. I have to get to the wheat. Not to the wheat. Gets intense. Damn, they get intense? Okay, yeah, I didn't read. I had a really bad reading problem because I had really bad attention span, and I just didn't want to read. I wanted to watch videos instead, or play video games, or go outside and play. So I did not read. But when I did read, unfortunately, it was a lot of vampire books or manga. I did read a lot of manga. But yeah, it was a lot of vampire books, so I can tell you about those. Got you covered on those. Hi, Vish. How are you? A Small 2 Boom series? Evil Genius. Ooh. Oh my god, that like cover of that book reminds me of the same oh my god, what is her name? I forget the name of the series, but it reminds me of another series. Is this girl and her cat? I forget. Poop, have a good poop. I hope you have a good bowel movement. I hope your intestines are doing good. A half an hour. See ya. Please take care. Please take care. Take care of yourself. We will see you again. Across another book, and I was interested. It was like 45. So it's on my wish list, but I can't remember the name. I'm currently looking for it on the way. Oh, I hate that. I hate when it's like, I know this book. Dude, I had Beyond the Black Door. It's a YA book. Fucking love that book. So fucking good. It's very much, my friend loved it and she recommended it to me because it's a lot about like not being asexual, but like it showed a lot of stuff in that, or like it felt very like aligned with that. So that's why she loved it. I read it, love it. It's just really good. It was just a very nice book. But when she originally told me about it, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take note of this. Took note of it. Finally decided, hey, I want to read this. And I was like, what the fuck is this book called? What is it? I just remember what the cover looked like. So it took me forever to find it, and I finally found it again and read it. 3 books. Did I read the 3rd one? Looks like you have some reading to do. It's good. The Doom books are good. Ooh, Helldivers. I'd be intrigued to read Jaws. Shadow... Okay, bring me the Horizon, baby. Metal screaming in my ears. The Shadows of the Gods. Oh, I know exactly what book you're talking about. Oh my god. Those chunkers? That book is chunky as hell. That's like Poppy War. I really want to read those, but those are also really big too. Fourth Wing is good. I have opinions about Fourth Wing. I haven't read it personally, but I don't know. I don't care for Fourth Wing. But I don't think it's bad. It's just, it definitely was just overhyped where it's like, okay, this isn't like the best thing I ever read. Why did everybody like hands on knees fighting, pulling each other's hair out trying to get this book? Surprising. It's like, and Jaws? That's crazy. What Sword Saga book set? Yeah, I'm like, I know that cover with the freaking dragon on and everything. That's crazy. That's an iconic cover. Oh my god, what is it? It's the orange one. It has orange in the title. That book is chunky as hell. Another fantasy book. Love that shit. I need to read. I want you to know, like I say, I need to read, as I have the romance book over here. I have this one. This is my work read, but I need to take it out of my bag so I don't destroy it, because I destroyed my Jurassic Park one because it lived in the bag. They're so pretty. Dude, some of the books are so freaking pretty. I have also this book on my desk. I still cannot believe how much this yellowed. And you may say, that's not that yellow. That's blue. Let me get this one. This book yellowed so much. Yeah. I don't know why. Oh, there you go. Now you can see. I don't know why it yellowed so much. Reading is reading is reading. Yes. If you read fanfic, that counts as read. Okay, so I've read a lot then. Yes, because you've been picking up some really shitty ones. His book, no, yeah, I don't know why this, like, the top is like, okay, it's yellow, but not that much, just like a little bit darker, but the side is like, it's his book. I don't know what happened to it. Because even the bottom too, but I need to finish one. This one's really cute. But I have that. I have No Longer Human on my desk. We have this chunker that I need to read, The Odyssey. I'm excited about it, but I'm not excited about it because I don't want to read it, but I do want to read it. And then we have my actual like useful book, my acting book that I also need to finish reading because I'm about halfway through, but I read it in chunks. I just have not read it in a while because it's at the bottom of the fucking pile. It's The Odyssey. Let me put some, because I have all of my notebooks on here too. No, put that because I haven't been reading that. Because then I have The Odyssey. Yes, I need to read The Odyssey. Easier to get through if you try and push it on a schedule. Oh, I should do that. I think because I've been so distracted by other things, I'm like, I need to just sit down and read it. And we were going to read it in a group, but then everybody's off on their other books right now. A Fun Profit? It's hardly has Dead and Horny. Read Dead and Horny after the second. Ooh, I like that title. Dead and Horny? That's so funny. Do you audition places? I try to. I have an audition. Well, okay. I audition online a lot because I do film and TV, but it's where you kind of like you're just putting out the applications. So you just put those out. I have like my demo reel and whatnot that I just like send into the void, wait to hear back. Did an audition. I was super stressed out about it, but it does technically say on it that callbacks are on the 1st of December, so I'll see. But I've done a couple of auditions, like callback auditions or self-tapes. I'm thinking about auditioning for a Shakespeare play next semester for my old community college. That means I have to learn Shakespeare. But yes, I do auditions. It's just hard with Disney. I technically put in an audition for Disney too. I've done a couple. No, I've only done one other one because I didn't do the other one in time. But I have my whole this is my whole acting book. That's the absurd amount of like just random monologues and makeup stuff that I have in there. I have my favorite page, which is my Agnes page from the last play I did. But because she's so pretty, I have all my notes in there. I have my notes from the last audition I did because I needed to do that because it wasn't bad, but I need to learn for my actions. Yeah, my Agnes page. Very cute. What's your favorite monologue? Truth be told, there is actually one that I really like. Where the frick is my... Oh yeah, this is literally all my notes from my first audition that I did. Because it was notes from my friend and from me. I really like this one. I don't know what this is from, and I really should, but it's called Epic Poetry. It's a really dramatic, funny one, but I really like it. It's about a zombie girl. Oh, and a succubus. I love succubus. I think they're really fun for stories. Also, hi, Cooper. How are you? Oh, so thank you, Bucks. I be trying. It'd be very calm right now in entertainment because it's the off season of December. So there's that. I do actually really love, I did the Fleabag monologue from the 2nd season. That's not what this is, but that one was really fun. And I have that one filmed. And I will say I have like 4 acting videos on a separate YouTube channel. So I can have that stuff to send out to agents and whatnot. So it's all like easily accessed type of thing. Why the fuck did people see it? You're telling me I posted it online and people saw it? It's crazy. Sure as a word? Yeah. That's a choice of words. That's me when I got hired into Barnes & Noble. I was like, yeah, I want a calm location. And she was like, this isn't calm. I was like, ma'am, I worked at Disneyland. This is calm. This is for sure calm. I have my normal notebook that I've been choosing to neglect. It has all of my like random entries and a random shit written in here. Put those 2 there. Actually, that needs to go like that and that like that. Gimme! Barnes & Noble? There's a Barnes & Noble song now, Homer? What the hell? I should actually check. Did I put... I think I only put in 1. Let's do my... God, it costs so much money, too! I'll send it to you, you mean? Oh, Jenny. Like Jenny. Don't want that. 1-800 I can deal with. Oh. When is this due? Okay, this is due whenever. I had an audition in my basket and I didn't send it out. I'm glad I checked that. This seems to be like my my daily like check-in for backstage and actors access is when I stream and just like, let's just see if there's anything there. Can Disney quit and start working at Disney again? I wish it was that easy. If I quit Disney, you have a probation era that you can't then get rehired. But then when you get rehired in, you have a probation probation era, which you can't transfer to anything either. And I was in that the last time the auditions came up for a character I wanted. I'm stuck in traffic? Fuck no, I hate traffic. Send it to me, Goomber. I wish to have the Barnes & Noble song. I was checking things. I did have a crash out. Sorry, the name of this project, The Platypus Gambit. That was it. We're closing backstage right now. We're closing backstage. I can't look at that right now. That really threw me off. The Platypus Gambit. I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. Oh, I had a crash out because I saw casting coming out for season 3 of One Piece, and I was about to lose my shit. I need a message. I hate it. I hate the acting world. I love it so much, but I hate it so much. I don't have Kuromi behind me. Apply. I need to apply. I hate it because I have to reach out to agents, and by that I have an email format. I just need to learn how to hype myself up because I'm bad at that. You could be Chopper. I can't be Chopper. They already casted Chopper. I have 2 like ideal roles that I would love to be. Which in my little brain, Fox, I have it all mapped out. I'm like, it is still possible because even the next chapter that they go on for season 3 doesn't reach those characters. I'm very excited for who they cast as Chopper. Her voice is very cute. I love her very much. But I'm like, it's possible. I can do it. I did put an audition for the Netflix Playhouse because they had a One Piece, I think it's like escape room. But it was on the East Coast. But I was like, man, it's okay. Just cast me. I have a friend out there. I'll just stay with her for that time being. Take some lessons. I'll be your agent. Please. Dude, like having to email out to agents, like cold email them, just like, hey, please. And just hoping that they'll look at your stuff. It's crazy. You really have to finesse the system and or know somebody. But I need to take some classes. But then it's the case of like, when am I going to take those classes? There is a commercial class I can take because my friend Linton just took it. But it was all online. So I'm like, oh, that's quite nice. But I love acting and I love being on stage, but I am still a shy, awkward child. So it's the duality of fighting the introvert in me to be the extrovert. What I need to be. Do I feel like punching things today? Go to the ones. I saw that. I don't know if I like the lineup that they have. Like, I like the lineup, but like, I don't know if I like the lineup like that. I want to do any of those. Also, I'm not strong in my vocals. I could do it. I'm gonna crash out. I'm not gonna crash out. It's just the One Piece. I'm just very excited about the One Piece. The One Piece is real. The One Piece is real. But that is like. Sorry, I just saw my friend. just literally saw my friend. It was so funny because if you say anything in the DMs on TikTok that are like slightly worrying that you're going to harm yourself, TikTok will send a little message in that chat just like, hey, if you need help, here's some resources. Because I sent my friend, oh my god, you will understand this, Fox. Because I sent my friend this person's fan casting for Resident Evil because we're getting a Resident Evil movie by the creators of Weapons and Barbarian, so I'm very excited by it. But it was a fan casting of like the majority of like the main cast. But there was one for Rebecca, which Rebecca is like a dream role of mine. Would love to be her. Truth be told, would love to be anybody. God, yeah. Wait, yeah, they're filming it right now. They started filming, I feel like the beginning of November they started filming. It takes place in RPD, so I think it follows the events of Raccoon City, like that event. It takes place during winter, which is very interesting. So it's a snowy setting. I don't really care about that. Doesn't really change anything. People were mad because the zombies were running, and I'm like, I don't really care about that. Screaming in my Discord, I got you. I'm sharing the info. The Barbarian Weapons guy is literally the guy from literally it's so fucking funny because his horror is so good because then he has that little twang of humor in it where it just sits right and is so stupid, silly. But I'm very excited because I think that'll translate well to the Resident Evil horror because it's the same thing. But yeah, we're getting that movie. But it was this fan casting somebody did, and their fan cast for oh my god, I talked about it last time on stream. It's just so funny that TikTok sent a "Are you okay?" because I messaged me and I said I messaged her. I was like, I'm gonna myself because this fan casting's so good because it was for Rebecca. It was Kaylee. I literally forgot her name last time. That's the only Kaylee Spaney for Rebecca. I'm like, that is so fucking goddamn perfect. Actually, I fucking love that. I'm gonna fucking end myself because that's so fucking perfect. I don't care if that's my dream role. That's so perfect. What the fuck? Comedy are two sides of one coin. Deal with the setup and the punchline. Yeah. Oh my god. The last show I did was heavy on comedy. It was heavy on comedy and trauma. But me and one other person who were in it went to go see another rendition of it. And oh my god, I have never been so grateful for my director being so adamant on like, you need to let these punchlines sit, like do not rush through these jokes, because oh my god, they rush through the jokes and like you really have to get those setups and punchlines like right, and you cannot rush through it because it's just bad and it's not funny. Nick, for every time a sketch comedy becomes a great horror director too. It wasn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. It is. Dude, because we did She Kills Monsters, and when we saw that at the other school, they like rushed. There was one joke that is a very heavy joke because her sister in the D&D campaign jokes about her boyfriend touching her. And it's a big setup joke of like, oh my god, and then she pulls the like, just kidding, he didn't. They rushed through that shit so fast, and I'm like, whoa, you can't rush through that. Whoa. Of Talk to Me. Okay, I have peeves of Talk to Me, but because I'm like, stupid teen, stop it. Have you seen Bring Her Back, Fox? That story, hi Mas. That story fucked me up. I felt so gaslit. Okay, cool. Yeah, I felt so gaslit. I was getting so angry, but then I was so disturbed. Is that Kill Me? No, yeah, that's that. He did Us. Nope. What is the one I'm thinking of? Get Out. Yeah. Bring Her Back was very good. Collectively, me, Jordy, and the wives, all them, when we watched it, we all collectively... Actually, I don't think Jordy watched it. Was Jordy there? I don't remember. But anyways, me and Jocelyn, I don't remember who else. But we all were just like... So that was amazing. I'm never going to watch that again. Never again. It was really good, but I was so physically like icked, which was good. You know, it's horror. It's supposed to do that. Yeah, it was. It was the knife. They did a really good job. That kid, 10 out of 10. Great. Never handing a child a knife again. That sounds really bad, but if you know it from the movie, never again. I'm trying to figure out what... Maybe we can get a little progress in that. I think I might just open up... I think I want to play Dying Light. We can do some like side quests, get another thing done, and just chill out and yap through it. But my little brother... I was like, sorry, Doc, I read that message and my eyes just went wide because I had war flashbacks to that movie. Just war flashbacks. The flashbacks happen. It's a great movie. I was playing Indiana Jones when that happened. I literally had to pause my game at some moments because I was so locked in and disturbed from that movie. Oh my god, he's 25. He's not gonna grab the knife like how this child did to eat a melon. So it's okay. I just had war flashbacks. Dying Light. We're gonna play Dying Light. We're just gonna chill with some Dying Light while we yap. We'll stay on brand. We have some story things to do. I just want to go around and loot some things, I think. Oh, I need to paint my nails later. But my nail polish was in the way. That one more time. I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna open it. I still want to yap. Dude, I'm so excited for the Resident Evil movie. I don't think anything else has been posted about it. Oh, I had TikTok open still on my phone. This is why my phone dies. I just forget I have things left there. Where's Twitter? Twitter, Resident Evil. Because that was a while ago that we got the first looks. And we didn't really get much of it. We don't even know who... Has it been 20? When was this? What is this? Oh my god, that's crazy. That was so long ago. March. When did this start filming? Oh yeah, they started filming oh, it comes out next year. They started filming the first week of November. Did an interview? I'm not checking my sources, but the director said in an interview he was excited to direct. Yes. He has talked. I think when Weapons came out, there was a lot of talk about the Resident Evil movie, and so he talked about it a couple of those interviews. As the shitty phone images from my phone. It looks like normal pictures I'm showing you. Let me find the RPD map one. But they have the Raccoon City map and up. Still shitty. I'm just showing you on my phone. But that started beginning of this month. There was only... Oh my god, that is horrific. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't really doubtful of like the snow, but like this is one of the pictures from the set. Like it's pictures of the street, but I feel like with the snow, the red stands out so much more, which is blood and murder, and people have died in the streets because, you know, zombie apocalypse. I feel like that works really well. Oh my god, I had not seen those photos. I hadn't been paying too much attention. Oh, also, we don't know who's in this movie. Like, I don't think it was confirmed for anything. I think it's confirmed of, like, some random actors in it. Like, people who he's previously worked with type of shit. I need to stop saying that. I blame Jordy for type shit. But, like, it's never been too heavy of, like, yes, we're gonna have this character. It's gonna be following this. All like, he had talked about was some narratives of it's going to follow one person rather than jumping around. And that's it. And it's in Raccoon City. Let me change here. We are playing Dying Light for anybody who is... Oh my god, why do I have that unclicked? It's just a long list of friends. Do that. Now we can chill and yap and just listen to music. We almost yapped for 2 hours straight. Would have gladly yapped for a full 4 hours. Because I love yapping. Bleed spots in the know? There's a reason there's a lot of... In the snow. Wait, what? Yeah. Wait, there's one scene. The only thing that like got filmed of them filming was some girl running and getting chased by zombies, and she did get eaten behind a car, but it looks really good. I'm excited. I was super excited for Welcome to Raccoon City. That one felt like such a campy movie that I'm like, this was great. I have such good memories from that because me and Nikki won tickets to go see the early preview.
Who's attempting to listen in on the Baron's radio communications.
Purview.
She asked me to install signal relays on a few radio.
Maybe I should take English again. We got to see the early preview with like the press and everything for it, so I have a lot of good memories from that. That was an amazing time. We also got free popcorn. That was great. I don't know what the frick we're doing in this. Sorry, that was my casual glance and notification on my phone. The way I turned back around, just like, not what I wanted to do. We're just gonna chill and loot some things. I don't know what the hell we're doing in this game. I didn't mean to do that again. Look, we have all these little things we can do. We can't hunt for Yaga, though. That's the only thing we can't. Can't look back, collect the aid, and go to an abandoned park. Okay, we're gonna do this one. I had to read. Unfortunately, it's my biggest weakness, reading. Okay. How do I play this game again? Did I do this? Oh, that made me feel sick. Man, I'm so glad that, like, I feel like everybody hears a lot of news, so I never get to, like, share big news. So that's so exciting. Oh my god. I didn't know. Some people didn't know about... Oh, I don't want to go to that one yet. It's too far. But the Resident Evil movie, I think because I've been talking about it so much that I'm like, everybody must know about this. This is the best thing ever. How do I use this again? Whoa, whoa there, my dude. I'm trying to figure out how to use my... Sorry, my dude. Falling rocks. Man, I need to get back into film stuff. Ooh, Stranger Things came out today. Can I collect that? No. How do I kick? Come here. Bonk. Oh. He fell. Okay. I'm not gonna get distracted. I mean, I'm gonna get distracted because I want to talk. Are these plants toxic? Did they work in a... Are these... Huh. It's not you, it's... Oh my god, the plants are toxic! And the Tree of Madness? I'm so confused, and then Punk Rocker came on. Oh. Oh, somebody fell. Oh, you were alive? Sorry, I'm just gonna run past you. What am I doing? Okay, so find the abandoned house. Oh, they all just... Oh my god! You didn't need to wake up like that, my dude. I'm still too Resident Evil pilled.
You are weak. You are weak.
I'm gonna jump over you. That wasn't very nice of you. There's enemies nearby? Who's nearby? Punk rocker, yes I am. Dude, the Superman movie was so cute. Ew, there's bugs. Are you alive? I'm gonna bring my bat out. Is it just you? Come here. Okay, can I take now? Yes. Rip out what? Maybe I shouldn't have picked the most trippy mission.
I just wanted like calm.
The fuck?
I wanted like calm yapping game. I picked the trippy game. Crane, I don't think that's normal. Oh, thank you for the follow. So I suppose you're a big Resident Evil fan. That was so exciting. Oh my god. Just spreading the news that there's a fucking movie. I'm so excited for it. Like, I think that movie's gonna turn out really well. Oh. Have I turned this on before? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I guess I did. I wonder what... Oh, that's when I did it. That was really weird part of the game. No lie. Let's do that. Unknown location? Sure. We'll go there. I'm trying to think of something else that was... Oh my god! Actually, I was like, there's another like big horror franchise that's movies coming out. I have a movies and TV channel in my Discord that I just drop all the trailers in there. Helps me keep track of things. But the Silent Hill movie, I still don't know how I feel about it. I'll see it, but I don't know how I feel about that. I'm still just very mad at Maria's wig, because that wig looked so bad. What the hell was that noise? Oh, Crane! Sorry, Crane. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that, Crane. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna go... I'm just not even gonna try. Bow, 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 bow. I still need to learn how to use this. Doesn't seem... It's not as good as the old ones. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I don't know who... Oh, it's the old... Oh. That's what people were saying. I'm like processing in my brain. It's the old director for Silent Hill, because it's Return to Silent Hill. But it's the same company? I think that's the word? Production team that did... Ooh, this is really pretty. Terrifier. So everybody's just like, ugh. Terrifier's good at Terrifier. But I don't... Whoa, I can't see. I don't think it would make good Silent Hill. I think all of the psychological stuff is going to be lost from the Silent Hill movie.
Got the bark, but what the hell was up with that tree?
Can I go up there? Yeah!
Not entirely sure myself. The virus evolves, adapts. Seems the infected go there to die off, but I have no idea why.
The fucking tree screamed.
What can I say? That tree's unusual. Same with the
Jericho.
bark.
That
It
his
reacts with
name?
our virus. You'll see for yourself.
And now I gotta go get a gallbladder.
I don't want to collect a gallbladder. Let me in! I made it in. Is there anything worth in here? No? This just seems like a really cool place to be in. Okay. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about that Silent Hill remake. That's a letter. Oh no! I think I'm unintentionally breaking this game. I don't know if I should be up here. But I am? Okay, where's she gonna get off this house? It looks like there could have been loot in here. Really fun house to scale. How do I drop? Okay. Excuse me, zombies. Walking through. That's a nice house. Excuse me, do I have a shotgun? Do I have a shotgun? Hey, I have a shotgun. I found the new fun enjoyment of using a shotgun on these people. He did have a shotgun. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they have,
Selby, I got a radio.
Oh, fantastic. Bring it on back.
Oh. I missed it completely. Who is it? I forget the girl's name from the second game, but they didn't have the one girl, which I feel like is very... Whoa. Excuse me? Maybe I should just, you know, stop. I'm just gonna hit him with sword, you know. Okay. Ow! God, he keeps swinging. Can I hit him in the face? There we go. How do I heal? I don't think Crane is very good at, like, his swordmanship. If you can toss me inspiration my way. I don't want to go to that menu. But I have a lot of scraps and I cannot figure out how to use them in a project. The scrap is a pair of trousers. Interesting. Okay. I mean, you can take them and put them on another pair of pants if you want to make, like, patchwork pants. You could do that. You could easily do a patchwork, like, bag. Or patches. You can make coasters. I'm trying to think, especially with corduroy. You could make cute, like, patchwork designs. Like, if you make it, like, okay, this is a lot more work than it should be. But, like, you could, like, cut out the pieces and build it to craft it into, like, a butterfly and, like, stick it on something. I don't know why butterfly flower, that type of stuff. Patch banner is something, but gray is just not a pleasing color. True. I mean, it might be cool on, like, something white. Like, if you do a grayscale, if you find some black, like, extra black scrap from something else and do a grayscale, like, theme. For a chance? Yeah. Ooh, ornament. Yeah. Patchwork bear. Also fair. Make patchwork outfit for bear. I got you. I'm a crafty person. Okay, that was quite mean. We're talking about butterflies here. Fuck off. Okay, anyways. Oh, I can camouflage myself. I forgot. Options. We got options here. Trying to think of other things. Because a butterfly would be cute. You could do a moth. Actually, a moth might be cute if it's, like, since it's gray. Oh, hey, bud, how you doing? Love being here. I hope you've been well. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, but that's because I couldn't stream for a while. I think somebody fell off this building. Be cute. Yeah, and moth might work good with the, with it being gray. You can always paint it a little bit too, to add, like, different colors. But, like, gray little moth is very cute. Whoop. I also have to... I mean, I'm working for Thanksgiving. I'll get turkey. Ooh, what's over here? I'm working Thanksgiving, but, like, it's fine. We have a potluck going on. Oh my god. Yeah, so he's dead. Ow, you hit me in the head. That fucking honk. Sorry, survivor. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna run past that one. Mothman! Oh my god, why are there so many bloaters? Oh my god, there's more. Ooh, a motorcycle. Think, what other would be fun shapes? I think moth almost works perfect for like the gray. Is this a building I can go to? What are other fun things? A little cat might be cute. Fun that can be gray. The little ornament I think is a really cute idea. Is for the day? Whoa. Alright. Saw the shadow of a zombie. And urban legends? Yes, of course we do. I love supernatural stuff. Doesn't make me paranoid. Absolute. You good game? Rat. Ooh, true. Rat would be really good for gray. Back, welcome back. Little mouse. Oh my god, if you have cats, that would work great to do, like, use the extra scraps. Because we have little corduroy mouse toys. And you just get little... I have many cats. I like you very much. I have many of the cats, too. So that would be cool. Honestly, depending on how much you have, like, you can easily do a demo for, like, a little moth ornament. But, like, the rest of the scraps, you can easily... Even just, like, a little ball... Mouse toy would be much cuter. But even a ball? That would work. Good use of it. Cats would approve. Cats would approve. Fuck you. Sorry. That was personal for no reason. Okay. You know, I did bust your head open. So, I don't apologize, but I do apologize. I'm actually intrigued. I love urban legends. Believe in ghosts? My friends have a perspective instead, but they said no, ghosts don't exist because there's no proof and they to believe in ghosts. Friend to be considered. Have to consider hell or heaven, and he doesn't believe it either exists. Okay, fair. You know, that's hard when it's that perspective, because it's always the perspective of, like, people who are religious, no matter what religion or whatnot, but a lot of them have a higher up deity of some sort that it's like, well, if you believe in that, why couldn't the prospect of a ghost be real? And it's also the same thing, I mean, at least... Oh, hey, buddy, hold on. Let me just take this guy out. It's like the case for me, I'm like, just because it's not there and you don't have... proof, what if it is? It's like what we joke about with Ouija boards and whatnot. I ain't gonna mess with it because the chance that it is real and I accidentally summoned some shit to haunt me, I'm not taking that risk. I like the open-minded people like that because so real for that. I forgot I had a shotgun out. Blasted that man. I'm sorry, my dude. I know you were dead anyways and you were a zombie, but like... I forgot I had a shotgun. Blasted that man. Let me just... Yeah, sorry, I did shoot him. You're not even using the ladder. No leg for you. Leg privilege is gone. Baby ever closes, meet me there at the cover. Okay, so we must find... Can I open this? Oh, there we go. Oh! I think there's some zombies who are mad at me. Wonder if I can get them to fall down in here. No, he didn't. Okay. The idea of ghosts to be fascinating, generous, uncanny. Side note, with you for the Ouija board, because I don't believe that the board will summon ghosts or demons. Also not reuse it. Yeah, it's like, whether you believe in that or not, it's like, you know, the perchance that it might actually happen, you know, let's not take that risk. Also for me, like, I believe heavily in, like, energy and whatnot. I don't want to invite that shit in. I'm a scared little child. Fuck you. It never closes. Meet me there at this never closes. Okay, so there was nothing up there. There's probably a what is that called? A fuse in here. Without closes. Got anything else in here? I think there's some zombies after me. We'll take this. And we will do that. Good alert, Void. Yes, have a good snack, Squad. I love you very much. Please take care of yourself. Drop it like it's hot. Attach cord. Ow! Get off me! How dare you? How dare you think that you can bite me? I'm already infected. You can't stop me. Oh wait, hold on. I need a replacement for that. Okay. So I did the one thing, but now I need the fuse. This is a nice safe house then. Okay. Right there above. Oh, I see, I see. I also need to secure. Oh, there we go. It's like, where's the button? I love you too. Enjoy your snacks. Go eat them. Go munch. Go relax. I can't close you. Any other doors? I don't think so. Whee! That was a stressful noise. I don't really want that song, but I don't want to tap out of the game. Oh, that poor guy that I kicked over there. There's lights! Okay, so it says secure. Sorry. I don't know why I said sorry. I'm trying to lock into two different things and I'm not locked in. Oh, hey. Sorry, house closed. Closed up. House all closed. No, that is a that's a fire hazard. We're not gonna worry about that though. Fire hazard who? Not my concern. If a fire, oh my god, if a fire happened here, it's all over. Oh, where's the wrong window? Yippee! Is there anything new I get from in here? No. Let's use this. Choose this while I find a new playlist. I want my Spotify Wrapped to come out. Sure, we'll see what this playlist is. Do I like this? No, we can listen to 165 BPM now. I just like that I have the different BPMs going. Running rock mix. That's all we're doing in this, is running. Literally, we kind of are. No, I don't really want to make more of those. I do want more of these. Let's see, weapons. Ooh. I kind of like those. I like the knuckle weapons. I need like good background music. Well, what if we listen to Christmas music? Thanksgiving hasn't even happened. I just really like this playlist. Owned. Do I have anything? I have 2 things on that. 2 things on that. I don't have a lot in my pockets, which is quite good, I think. Inventory. Oh, that chunky bitch. Do I have an extra shovel? I don't think I really need to store a shovel, but I like the shovel. I'm gonna store a shotgun. Take that one out. We're gonna dismantle this one. If I put that back, does that go back into my... Yeah, okay, so we'll put that one away. Put that away. I should really dismantle that. I'll use it till it breaks. Pickaxe kind of seems really cool. We're gonna put that away. This is when my hoarding problem. Top 5 Christmas songs go. Ooh, top 5? Okay, I won't lie. If I just say this whole album, Schlatt's Very 1999 Christmas is some of my favorite, like, recent Christmas songs. I personally really love... Let's see, what's... I didn't mean to queue up that song. Carol of Bells? Yeah, Carol of Bells. No matter what rendition, I fucking love that shit. That is always... What's on Christmas classics? What's on this playlist? Oh my god. Who else has Christmas songs? I used to listen to... I forget which K-pop. GOT7. They have a Christmas song. And that one just has a lot of memories. Oh, we should listen to Mariah Carey. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Snowman by Sia is also really good. I really love that song. But it's Christmas, but I listen to it any time of the year. It's really good. My vote is Very 1999 Christmas album. The entire album. The entire freaking album. Christmas Wrapping by... Ooh. I don't mean to be listening to Christmas music right now, but let me skip that song. We'll put this on. I would rather eat a bullet. A bullet of what? I'm like, wait, Doc, what do you mean? Christmas movies? Ooh, Christmas movies. Santa Claus 2, How to Grinch Stole Christmas. Christmas Carol. I love Elf. It's one of my all-time favorites. Love Elf so much. I love The Grinch with Jim Carrey. I love that one. Man, how many did you say top? I don't know. Santa Claus is really good. I do like that Disney movie. Those ones are really fun. They were always on Disney so much. Oh, do I have all these? Oh, I have all these. I have a katana. Oh, Muppet. There was a really good Scrooge movie too. The Scrooge Christmas Carol. That is the entire. I had brain stunk. I do like Jingle All the Way. I do really love that movie. Scrooge. Sorry, just slowly claiming all these things. And Christmas Carol. Book? Oh, that's fair. That's fair for it being close to the book. I want this one. I like how that car looks. We could have Hot Wheels car, though. Okay, so level 1, I can upgrade it, though. We might upgrade that. But right now, we have a freaking sword. I'm gonna put that in the stash. We have a shotgun. That'll do. Okay. Not me devising my plan as we talk about Christmas movies. This is an interesting Christmas song. I don't hate it. It's a very nice neutral. I'm trying to think. I love Elf. Elf. The Grinch. Grinch is always funny and good. I mean, I do love Home Alone. The first one, I really do love. There's bits of the second one that I really love, but the first one, just classic. A Christmas Story is just a... I hate that stupid ass freaking... I wonder if they hear me. If they hear me, I'm sorry, we're talking about Christmas movies. I wonder, one time they heard me because we were hearing feedback from their end of me talking. I'm like, oh, oopsie. For the holiday cheer, hi Steve, how are you? The song is fun. It's not like overly... Yeah, there is... Man, there's some other artists. Let me do that so the time doesn't change in it. Because I love a good Christmas song. But like, I'll queue up Snowman. Snowman is obviously... Oh, Sabrina Carpenter. Let's add that one. Oh, I remember people saying like, no, it's not Mariah Carey season. It's how do I say it? Leife? Leife, because she has her Christmas album, and I want to listen to hers. Ooh, Gwen Stefani. Fall Out Boy. Okay, we're gonna test out. Ooh, Pentatonics is really good for their Christmas music. They have one song that I really love. I forget which one it is. What are your thoughts on the other reindeer? Cute or stupid? I mean, I can't hate on a reindeer. They're just silly little guys. I don't know his personal life. He'll get a pass for now. Olive will in fact get a pass. Also, I really like that name. There was a cat. Frank Sinatra. Sorry. Dolly Parton. Another Frank Sinatra. Frank? Jesus, I can't speak. Jackson 5. NSYNC. These are like normal Christmas hits. Home Alone is really good. I do really love Home Alone. I don't watch it as much anymore. I think I should put it on. Not right now. Obviously, we're just kind of streaming. I say is, Coldplay. Okay, what did I queue up? Okay, we'll do that. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit because I turned it down, but I feel like I can't hear it anymore, and we're about to go into fights. Dolly is a treasure. We do love Dolly. Yeah, that's why I really love Schlatt's album, but because it's that same nostalgic feeling as that. So I love that so much. Oh, excuse me. I'm flying! Oh. I unlocked it right as I walked by. Want you to know that I'm never leaving, but I'm Mr. Snow. Ooh. Number of seasons alone. Oh, let's go. Is it cute? Girl dog voiced by Drew Barrymore. We got a song mistaken. She's a reindeer Santa needs. Oh, that's really cute. Okay, that sounds really cute, Steve, actually. I really can't hate on all of them. That's cute. My favorite Christmas song since I've heard her a few years ago. A good choice. A good choice. Which is Christmas season. I always end up watching A Christmas Story. Simply because they put it on Christmas morning. And that's usually when I'm home. Are you alive? Are there two of you? Oh, good heavens. Did the man just say, hey? You heard her boobies are out. Her boobies are out. We're leaving. Did I run out of my... I want you to know that I'm never leaving because I'm Mr. Snow. What else do I watch? I need to watch Elf. I really miss Elf. I don't like all the noises I'm hearing. Oh, I need to go this way. Oh! Get over here. What is it? What is it? What is that quote from? What? Not quote. Who is that from? From frickin'. Oh, sorry, not you. Well, I guess I have to fight her. She's following me. Okay, now we run. Okay. My mom bought me Christmas cookies yesterday, and by that, it's the Pillsbury cookies. Oh, it's this song with Christmas. Okay, this one's cute. This is Sabrina Carpenter. 1, 2. I don't remember the song from it. I don't remember watching Home Alone 2 as much. Like, I remember that movie so well because I know exactly what happens in that one. But, like, it's been a while since I watched that one. Am I here? Oh. I am at the location of which
This is that house Starchild told me about.
Starchild is such a cool ass name. Shotgun ready. Okay. I misread frantically. Nah, geez, I misread all the time, so don't you worry about misreading. Cause me too most of the time. But I'm feeling orchestra. Pigeon, oh my god, pigeon lady. Haven't seen in a few years. Damn. I need to. I don't think I really. Oh, keep away. Well, no, thank you. Okay, bye bye. I haven't really watched Christmas movies. Last season, I didn't really get to celebrate Christmas movies as much, so I feel like I need to this year. Olive, you watch Home Alone 2? Solid plan. Solid plan. I like the way you think. What else we got up here? Nothing? Oh, how lovely creaky noises.
I know what you fear. What you fear.
You do? Because I don't like the dark. It's a pretty easy thing to solve. Oh. I miss you. You gave me everything and took the sunshine with you. I don't think I'm gonna like these. I don't think this is very holiday cheer. Holiday cheer will be increased. Yes, we bought the Pillsbury cookies. I'm gonna go back and buy some more. But she specifically got me the Christmas cookie ones, or the Christmas tree ones. And I'm very excited to cook those. But we need more because those cookies are so good. Oh my god. She has such a beautiful voice. I love this girl. What a way to listen to Christmas music while I'm in a zombie game. I would do this if a zombie apocalypse happened. What was I gonna say about cookies? Oh, we haven't had a Christmas tree for about 5 or so years, and I am determined this year we are getting a Christmas tree, so I need to actually shop for them later today. And we will be buying a Christmas tree for once. We didn't have one for a while because it died. It died. Truth be told, we had had it for about 20 or so, probably 20 to 25 years. That tree lived a long time. That thing was literally dying. It lost a lot of its stems because it's fake trees. So yeah. Santa hat yet? Oh my god, I should get a Santa hat. I probably have some outside. We have some for our old Santa costumes. What's this one say? The world goes on as if nothing happened, as if lives weren't lost here. Just isn't fair. Peter. So true, Peter. What we got for this one? I couldn't go on without you. I'll never forgive myself for that. Real as hell. Oh. Sorry, just stealing the flowers. What do we got? I think of you every day, Benjamin. How romantic. Terrible, terrible handwriting. Should have rewrote it. Son, I cannot live without you. Martha. Understandable, Martha. Understandable. Oh, got one more. You left us as you all intended. Humanely? Lydia? Okay, thanks, Lydia. Okay. I guess Lydia's was okay. Oh, we got one more. Oh, such a clear writing on this one. 10 out of 10 handwriting. We'll avenge you all. Rick. Coral. Sorry. The Rick and me engaged. It activated. Coral. A stork yesterday in Minnesota. Finally went to Wonderland. So cute. We got rain for a long time, so our mountains around us got snow. I don't get snow here. That would be very concerning if I got snow. That's the wrong fucking thing. I can't click. Where's my Spotify? Okay, we're gonna pause that one. Doc has this one. I think it's still... Oh my god. It's this. Oh my god, a rock version of Muppet song. Rock version. Yes, it is. The one I had queued up was Fall Out Boy, so yes. No, yeah. And maybe the Underworld, yeah. Me too, Mr. Grinch. Oh! Oh my god, okay. Scribbled message. Hope is lost. We'll all perish. Our humanity was taken from us. We turned into monsters. We came down here to die on our own terms. We are human once. So remember us. Okay, so I'll decapitate you. Oh. I won't decapitate you. They died. They did die human, so. I have a fucking shotgun out. I mailed your bitch ass. Oh, I cannot break that. Oh my god. Come here.
What is this? Star Child, I got the gallbladder. About what was in there.
Oh, we got another note. God, this song is such a trip. Oh my god. That was beautiful. Can I like this song? Let's address that you are inbred. What an iconic fucking line. Anyways, this song, It Feels Like Christmas, is by Fall Out Boy. Anyway, scribbled message. People are afraid to sleep. None of us know who will turn next. Who will drag outside next? We've lost all track of time. We don't know if it's day or night. We started hearing strange sounds, and again, why should that even be surprised? Who wouldn't go mad coming down here to meet their own
I
death?
had to kill them.
Oh, this one has a little frowny face. Sick, thank you, I got you. And we had the intermission of the song for Grinch uncensored version, you know? We came down here without screams, with our eyes lowered, with the belief that we were doing what had to be done. We sit in darkness, listen to our own breaths. Who will turn first? Who will we kill first? We fled from a nightmare only to end up in this hell. Frowny face. That was Kermit! That's my boy Kermit! Oh my god, that was so cute!
Gave 'em peace.
I didn't expect to hear Kermit, like, actually in this version. Oh, how... It's beautiful. The words will embrace me. A flash of light will shield us all. All of us. Us. Not me. Us. Light. So much light. That's so good. The vibe.
I think of 'em every day.
It was really good.
Nightmare.
Oh, and there's Kermit at the end, too. Okay, my like songs, I don't want them to become Christmas songs, but this one... I'm gonna cry. Her voice is so pretty. I have tears in my eyes. This is so pretty.
We had no choice.
I love a woman.
We're all victims of that monster.
Oh my goodness, what's over here? Oh, another
Okay.
note. We have nothing left, not even the sky. We have no future. We don't talk much. We remain silent. What is there to talk about anyways?
have
I don't know.
everything.
The weather?
What now?
Only 5 of us left? We keep dreaming the same thing? Rick's voice? Rick! How's that possible? God, what is happening to us?
Head over to the national park. There's this
Man, were they in
narrow
love
gap
with
between
Rick? So glad you enjoyed the Grinch one was so fucking funny. Oh, clear as day writing. Nah, they passed their classes. This is the end, Evelyn. Stewart was the first to turn. She began to breathe heavily. Then she developed a fever. And then we all know what comes then. We all live in fear.
Walls
Crippling
of
fear.
rock.
Oh, you know, fair.
Go through it. We'll be safe there.
Safe?
We'll be safe?
Yeah, I use
There?
the spot to grow stuff I can't grow in the cave.
Oh,
I
okay.
know.
Do they think of us there? I don't know. Why am I even writing this? But I have to. May at least the words remain after me. Reminders of the
Well.
fall. Ah.
I'll be waiting for you.
It's just so pretty. This is really pretty. She has a great, like, nostalgic Christmas voice. Where am I to be go? He said crack in the... Oh my god. So we're gonna go on a long walk. Oh, let's do this one since we're right here, and then we'll go do that one. Rope. God, she's... What a beautiful voice. How? Oh, I was like, isn't that how I got in here? No. There we go. Okay. Back to finding things and running around this whole place. Oh. It feels so nice to stream again. I really missed everybody. I missed yapping. I have my yappers at work. I can yap at work, but like it's not the same as yapping and playing games. I ran him over. That was a hit and run. No lie. I don't know what I queued up now. It's more Christmas songs. Oh, this is Dolly Parton. Oh, excuse me. Man. I'm here driving, and he just rammed into me. Ooh. Can I drive this? Oh my god. Why is there just a skull there? God, I wish I could turn this on. Don't you dare spit at me. Okay. Crane, lift your little arms. You lift your little arms. Love you more? No. Oh my god, you. Sorry, somebody spit at me. Perish. He made my thing stinky. Whoa. Please back away. This is no 200 in my pocket. Boomba. Boomba. Oh, y'all, you're a lot closer than I thought you were. Like music to my ears. Oh! I went a lot higher than I expected, and I bypassed the entire thing. Oh, let me turn it on. Boing. Now we're gonna hear a lot of zombies die. It's not music to my ears, but unfortunately it will continue to happen until they're all dead. Oh, we have a little note. Oh, I know where that was. The edge of the old wheat farm. Some ruins and a ruins, a well-hidden hatch that leads down to the basement. Looks like it's concealed and secured. Worth checking out. A. Ah. Ooh. GG, we bought some sketches from a petty thief, Smokey. Supposedly point to stashes of weapons and ammo, at least according to the schmuck. I love that word, schmuck. Can I call any of you guys schmuck here? You know, that old good old schmuck who comes by. I love that. Sorry. The SH and the M tickles my brain. Even if it turns out to be nothing of value there, it's worth the trade. All we gave him was a couple of expired cans of stew, along with 2 torn sleeping bags, and nobody was using it anyways, because Jill and Jurgen died in them. Oh, yeah, fair, okay. Disappointing. Hansi over. Oh, disappointing. I'm dispatching Hansi over to you. With one of these maps. Once you recover the stuff, send half of it back to the mountain resort and the other half to the library. Ooh, to the library? That's where we're at. Just call don't call me living real as hell. I would never do such a thing. The absolute disrespect of calling you late for dinner? Unmatchable. I would never call any of you late for dinner. Not disrespecting any ones of y'all's. Hey, Mr. Vance. Continue to jam out. We got some sick Christmas beats playing live here on the channel. What are you gonna do, zombie? I didn't mean to. I don't know how that happened, but I killed him. Whoa. There's a lot of zombies here. Don't call me a liar either. Fair enough. Don't hit me in my own safe zone. Don't you dare do it. I'm in my safe zone. Oh. I would never call you a liar. You ain't nothing but a truther. Don't you worry. Don't you try. Yeah. That's what I thought. Oh, there's a body under there. SpongeBob, are you giving me a liar? I ain't calling you for dinner. I remember the one from oh my god, what was that show? I don't remember the title of it. Are you calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther. Oh my god, what was that show? That was from Nickelodeon as well. It's the 2 brothers. I don't remember their names. Holy heck. Dragon Jaws, yes, thank you. I'm like, holy heck, I actually don't remember their names. Hello, people?
Here we go.
You have a gun. Okay, now I'll fight you. Did I kill him? Oh, I did not kill him. Oh, chef, oh, eat some chips. Eat some chips. Hehehe. Okay. Oh, I think he's dead. Oh my god, I haven't beast out in so long. It sounds like, man, I haven't crashed out in so long. Mr. Okay, could you get off of me? Don't make me crash out and like, whoa. And like rip your arm off or something. Because that would happen, zombies, okay? I don't think you want to see me beast out. I imagine every time he beast out, he just like rips off his shirt. He wouldn't. Because we spent a lot of money on this shirt. So he better not. I spent my hard-earned money on this shirt, sir. Don't do it. I didn't actually spend any of my hard. I guess I did. I paid for the game. Oh, hey, buddy. You're the human. I can't camouflage with you. I will take your hammer, though. Pretty nice. Is that a zombie? No. It was neither. It was actually nothing. Bill's! Bill's here. Dude, I miss Left 4 Dead. I think we should bring back some Left 4 Dead streams. Oh. Oh, I love when the game started glitching out, my little weapons. Where did we ran past? We came from like this way. We ran past that, place that has the hidey hole. Oh, he fell. I didn't push him, I swear. I didn't do it. We ran past those. Maybe it's through here? I think so. Oh, hey, Belle. That's a wall. Where the helly? Oh, not what I meant to do. I think it's over there, actually, because I think we came from that way and ran over here. Well, let's head back to that. We'll see. I hate it. I get very stuck on, like, whatever last show I worked on. Yaddy howdy! Hi, Gothic! How are you? Okay, well, that was quite rude. Buzz off. I have so many of these, like, snacks that I'm just gonna use these to heal. Is there anything in here? We're not gonna focus too much on... Excuse me. On, like, main story quest games? Quest games? Quest? Storyline? Quest? We're just gonna have some fun today. Is this middle live? Yeah. Don't make me pull out the shotgun, okay? Are you dead? No leg for you. Happy Thanksgiving! Hopefully for any of my fellow Americans. I hope you have some good food. I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving. Need key. Where the hell's the key? But hopefully you have some good like foods. Some nice time off. Ow. I think I can repair this weapon one more time. Did I take a key? Oh. Didn't know that could open. So yeah. Start beef with family. It's that time of year. Did I hear gunshots? Oh, I did. I did in fact hear gunshots. That wasn't... they're fighting for their lives over there. Hey, we're just gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna close that. Gonna keep that closed. Oh, frick. Okay, so we gotta find the code. What's up, most? Okay, so we have to become detectives again. I'm sure there's gonna be a note somewhere that'll give us clues. This is a kid's room. ABC. Yeah, everybody knows their ABCs here. Merry Christmas too, apparently. I really wanted to listen to Schlatt's album, okay? I really wanted to listen to Schlatt's album. Literally haven't even waited till the day after Thanksgiving. The Bloody Side of the Moon, Part 3. Adventure of Poco Possum. That sounds pretty cool. Bloody Bunnies. These are very odd, things for a children's, wall. Most wonderful time. Oh! What is this scene? 11, 23, 58, 13, 21. I don't know math. 5 more hours? That's not bad. We're definitely not going to be streaming as long as you're driving today. But hopefully it goes past fast. A good portion of it will go past fast because you got me trying to do math. But oh, I hit that ashtray away. So sorry. 11, 23, 58. 13, 20. Well, okay. 81, 52. Brain hurty. I should, you know. Let's. 11, 23, 58. Let's just do that. 28. 53? I mean, the game had ads in game. Games had ads in game. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like right after a cutscene, you get a Subaru commercial. So like what happened in Ready Player number 1? That'd be crazy. 123. Well, obviously this is the code for that. I just don't really want to have to think right now. Oh. I didn't expect to be able to hit that. Can I hit this off? Damn. I mean, I know he's strong, but you didn't need to hit it that hard. I would hate that if that happened. Ooh, I played a match of Apex Legends for the first time in a long time last night. Is this Dying Light? Well, yes it is. Dying Light the Beast. I'm just gonna leave that. Maybe I'll come back eventually, but I don't really want to have to solve that. Ooh, somebody needs my help. Somewhere? Oh, I needed to go this way anyways. I just don't want to have to solve that. I hate mathematics. It's not too much of math, but I'm just like, how... It's a 3-digit code. What a cute little place. Who needed my help? Guess it ended. Is this exactly where I need to be? Okay. Breaking in. Oh. Hold on. Okay. I'm in.
This looks like the right place.
Crane, I don't know how you would know if this was the right place. But that's okay. Ooh, what's this? Found the slope I'm looking for. Why do I gotta find the slope? Did that happen? I don't only play old games. Real as hell, Doc. I probably would do the same. Flowers and tickets are waiting for you in the kitchen. I, on the other hand, shall be waiting in the cafe. Grab the tickets along with a small bag. Don't forget to pack your smile. Oh, that's really cute.
Now, where's this music box?
I don't know, but I'm gonna loot this place first, Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, we'll get there eventually. Oh. Oh.
Amelia, I'm here at the house. I found the cabinet, but there's only a safe here. I need the code.
Let me ask her.
I'm gonna wait till the...
Iris, honey? What's the code for the safe?
The portion of the line? I don't want to solve a
She's
message.
not making much sense. But she mentioned a notebook with codes that's at her husband's market. I guess that'd be the one in town. But I'm not entirely sure. Maybe you could...
Oh, this is another one of the
look for notebook in the
recipes.
office he kept there.
Got it. Will do. Thanks.
Thank you for doing this, Kaya.
Someone left again from my game. So sorry. So sorry. I talk about random things. So sorry. So sorry. What else we got? Lockpick. Very easy. There we go. No. Up. Down. Down. With a slip you can use a formula. I don't do math. Okay, well that was unnecessary. That was highly unnecessary, zombie. Oh, he's right behind. Oh, we're in it. Die. Oh. My ears. Hold on. We need to craft some Boombas really quickly. Good for the brain. It's proven to make the brain more wrinkly. I don't want that. My brain can stay smooth. What happened to him? Why did that man disappear? You saw him teleport away. Ow, bro, stop fucking hitting me. No legs for you. Need to eat all these snacks. Mindless game. Ball. Hit? I don't know what. You're still alive. Not anymore. Not anymore, buddy. Chop that man in half. Ball pit sounds fun. Do I bet? You know what I love? I love a couple of my VTuber friends. My favorite thing is when they host events and you know what they play? Marbles. I really love marbles. And you don't even do anything. You just set the marbles down. Like, you just set the races for the marbles, people join, and you just watch the marbles go. I really like that. I really like watching the marbles just go. I like racing the marbles. That game, so much fun. Me love marbles. I get very into it, and I very much love marbles. So, we should play marbles sometimes. Oh, I'm outside now. Said something was over here. Oh, somebody's over there. Let's go. Murder. I got this. I actually really love, trying to think of my other mindless games I play. Farming, good mindless. Good mindless where, like, not too mindless, but like, ooh, a phone. Who needs that? Love a smart. I mean, honestly, it's really good. I don't like certain, I almost said certain asthma. That's certain ASMR. Oh my god. But like, I can't lie. It is what I listen to when I can't sleep for like the soft music with like the environmental sounds and everything. Which is nice. Or like a calm story being read by somebody. Fucking great. Wonderful. Shed. Stash. Under the dirt floor of the barn. Can be spotted perhaps? Okay. Oh, that's mine. Anything else in here? Hey, chewing. Yeah, chewing ASMR. No. Started watching Ooh, C-dramas. Not even K-dramas. Ooh. Their dramas are really good. Hey, anytime. Yeah. Dude, I miss when, because mukbangs used to be really good because it used to be eating food and it wasn't like focused on like eating food. It was like you're eating and then you're chatting at the same time. And that was really great. You're just like eating with a group of people and whatnot, and then I can't even say just the Americans. It turned into a lot of like Western. When we started getting the influence and it started getting more popular, then it turned much more into like the ASMR of eating. And I'm like, no, I didn't want the sound effects of the eating. I just like seeing the food. But now I don't like this. That's fair. There was one, I never watched her actually like eat the food. But there was one, like, a couple of them would cook all the food themselves beforehand, and I like watching the cooking happen. The cooking, me like. Got new gloves. Oh. Thought that was a note I could take. Let's change his clothes. 3, 2... Oh, this is for climbing. Files, damage, crafting, looting. And just keep that on. It's up to your knees out there. Can I repair this? We'll repair that until I can't use it anymore. Okay, I have a lot of those. Okay. Yeah, I hate what those became. But a nice little... Oh. How do I... Yeah. It's dark outside. That's the closest one. Oh, delightful. Get down the door. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Well... We're just gonna toss that over there. Okay. I have to like devise a plan. Is that gonna explode? What if we just go back into this house? This is very scary ground now. It's dark outside, so the volatiles are out. And I don't particularly care for them. Especially in this game, because there's so much open space. I don't really like that at all. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good. Mr. Kyle Crane, I will use your full name. Let me in! I don't know what this is. Hey, dude, can you help me?
Travis?
Yeah, over there.
Another bed, Travis. Double or nothing.
Oh, Travis.
Here, I'm on
I just entered another fucking mission.
I think I'll sit the next one out. Just ain't my day.
Lads. Betting's closed till I find a replacement.
I don't
Over
know
and
who the
out.
hell this man is.
Well. If it isn't our new speed demon.
What?
I don't know who this man is.
Travis, what do I do with this?
Do I have to point everything
Oh my god, do I
out?
gotta race that
Grab the
car?
metal and then attach it to that old gearbox.
Oh, goed idee. Sure thing.
Now, where was I? All right.
I'm a special little man.
Ready to get behind the wheel?
No. It's
I'm
dark
looking to
outside.
replace
Can I
our
sleep
race
here?
driver. That bloke
Do you have a
found.
bed?
Rest his soul.
Do you have food?
Lads are itching to
Do you got
place
mac
more
and
bets
cheese?
with
Dude,
me.
I really want mac and cheese.
Races and bets? I'd wager you've still got other more pressing problems.
I don't think my brain wants to
pressing
lock
problem
into
is
this
a lack
mission.
of entertainment
I'm thinking
round
about
here.
food. I have to prep a lot of the Thanksgiving stuff tonight
Crash and get
because
eaten
I have
alive?
work tomorrow and I have to
That's
leave about
entertainment to
1
you?
o'clock tomorrow,
Plow
so
through
I don't really
zombies
get
and
Thanksgiving
speed to the
dinner.
finish.
But somebody is making chicken
That's
pozole. I
entertainment.
really hope that chicken pozole lasts till I get
Something
there.
tells me you'll
I
do
just
well
want to
as our
taste it
next
a little bit.
driver.
Yeah, you probably said the same thing to that guy I found out there.
Let's listen to
You know
Leffe.
what? I did.
Where is she?
And look what happened. I lost the fucking bet. But not this time, mate.
There's my
This
girly.
time my hunch is right.
Chicken pozole. Yeah, dude.
How about it? Mewing.
She did a release and release. She released an entire Christmas album. Oh my god, I did not know. Oh, this came out literally this year. That's crazy. Oh, sorry, sir. You wanted to talk to me?
No, it's
yeah.
not like I haven't raced before.
Making mole.
Fantastic.
Mole for the
Let's see
turkey
what
this
you
year.
got first. A
Ooh.
little qualifying round, so to speak. Head to
Guess
that sign
who?
outside.
There's an owl among us. Who? Sorry, anytime I hear who, that is what I hear now.
All right, lads. Got ourselves a new driver.
He's kind of obnoxious. Hey, do you have someplace I can sleep? What what the frick was I gonna say? Yeah, one of our other older castmates, she is gonna make chicken pozole, and she was talking about that. I was like, oh my god, I really want chicken pozole. But she works morning and I work night, so I hope it doesn't get completely demolished. Because that same day, one of our food trucks had a special for pozole, and I was gonna get it, but I took care of my health. And I didn't because it was pork. I was like, oh, no, not the pork pozole. I can't. I could eat it, but I don't want to get a big tummy ache from that, so I did not eat it. Gar! God, I love this girl's voice so much. Hi, Gar. I miss you. I just feel like I haven't seen anybody in so long because I worked all weekend. Okay. It is queued up. Hello. I can hear your voice every time you say that. Just hello. I was playing Indiana Jones last night and I lost my mind. That game is so poorly optimized. I was just trying to rewatch Stranger Things, and I could not watch Stranger Things at the same time I had that game open. And I was so sad. I was like, no. I've been sicky? No. Oh no. Have you guys? I hope you've been resting. I almost said, I hope you've been resting. Oh, I can take that. I got me a bag of rice. I got me soap. Who's stinky here? We got soap now. This is like getting soap in Baldur's Gate. Oh, not what I wanted. Okay, so I'm a little closer to this. Qualify stage. That's the racing one. I don't want to do that. Car, you know, car ain't stinky. I'll defend my girly pop. Oh my god, I forgot this is Wham's like version of the song. Oh my god. I did not expect a volatile right there staring at me. Do I have a shotgun? Oh. Bye. I did not. I literally turned to that volatile, was in my face, just like, hey. Okay, no more shotgun shells. I think I have some shells for this. Oh, I have plenty. Oh, hey. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Get over here. I was just thinking of that stupid Mortal Kombat. Just get over here. What's in there? Okay, if one of them sneaks up on me and punches me in the butt, I will cry. Okay. We're fine. We're fine for now. Let me just pat this car. Was that a note? Oh no, it was a shovel. Oh, there must have been chickens in here. No more chickens. They ate all the chickens. Eat? Where was he? Oh. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, wait, I want to do this. Come here. Where are you? Oh my god, he hurts a lot. I want to beat them up. Come here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're in my face. Oh my god. Why did he like fucking bash him in like that? Oh my god. That was so funny. Did my camouflage immediately go away? I don't like this zip line as much. Or a grapple hook. That was fucking brutal as hell. I love the beast mode. He just kept on fucking going though. Okay, there's one there. Where's that place? Oh, there's one right there. Okay. We're running for our life. It does mean I am running straight towards one. But it's okay. Kyle Crane. Oh my god. Oh, can you hit me? This is extremely uncomfortable. It appears to me that I have put myself in this ground, but I am too scared to move now because if I move, there's a zombie here, but also there's 1, 2. There's at least 2 volatile.
That Nightwalker, no cheeks though, ain't he?
He do got cheeks, and he keeps on turning around. Ow! He hit me. Oh, thank God. Oh no, get me fucking out of here. Jesus Christ, I got slammed. I was so scared of moving. I lost so much. Happy tonight. Rockin' with the wonderland. Okay. Ah, blessed be. Sorry, dude, you should not be in here. I'm just gonna go to sleep. Have fun there, man. Fun there. Oh my god. God, she has such a pretty voice. I am gonna run. Why is he here again? Dude, I'm gonna get you out of here. Don't worry. Okay. I hope he doesn't respawn every time. That sucks for him. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna leave you guys babysitting Kyle Crane. He's right here, okay? Make sure he doesn't do anything. I'm gonna run to the restroom and grab coffee? Question mark? I don't know. Enjoy the Christmas music, because that's what we're locked in on today. Unless you want something else. It's there? Yes, good. Oh, you'll have reinforcements. Nessie is here to help Stare. I didn't say coffee from the restroom. I said coffee. I said restroom and coffee. Get it right, Gar. I know where you live. I think. I think I do. Anyways, I'll be right back. Enjoy Nessie. can't close this. Did you just say, was the last, did you say you? I can't call you you. Because then it sounds like I'm bullying you. Can I fix this? This blanket on the back of my chair is in fact a Hitalia blanket. And we're not going to judge that. It was one of my first, eBay purchases. I think in middle school to the beginning of high school, when we didn't have Amazon. Judged. But in my favorite Hitalia blanket. Honestly, a pretty freaking cool blanket. Okay, Mr. Leon, move. I don't drink goof juice. Whoop. I just like fucking slam down goof juice. Oh my god. That scared me. I thought I was gonna break my keyboard. I am buying a new keyboard. And I'm very excited because I'm gonna buy some Christmas gifts from the same site. But I love this keyboard so much. It is so fucking dirty. Oh, the fucking dust has emerged because I dropped this, so it shook up. I actually, you know, my tummy kind of feels upset. Don't lick it. Don't do that. I've done that before and it never tastes good. I've learned my lesson. Don't just lick the GG Subs powder off of your hands unless you really want a concentrated taste. It does not taste good. I think I had a dream, I think it was last night, that I finished my bottle of Good and I was very sad. And I still am very sad because I know Good is actually running out from like my collection. And that makes me sad to think. There was a little tiny bit that wasn't mixed. That makes me sad, but very excited because it'll be the first one that I probably finished. The poor guilty one. You know, we'd be trying to get through that. Ah, finally. Activities. We have activities. She told me smut. Oh my god. Is there any book she wants? I can ask. Oh my god, what does she read? Like, what type of books? Because, like, no cap, no lie. I can ask my friend who reads a lot of books, and that's what she reads a lot. She reads a lot of monster ones. I still can't get over some of the alien ones she reads. They're really funny. Like, I enjoy them. I say that as if I've read them. I haven't. But, like, I don't know. They just seem so fun and silly. I told B, BB. I told BB. I have to say BB now. Props to... Mad props. I told BB about, my beef with Ice Barbarians. And it's not even beef with Ice Barbarians. It's beef with the spine of the book. Lights Out. Wait, which one's Lights Out? I just went to Barnes & Noble the other day. Shaylin, I want you to know I'm gonna get you a little gift for Christmas because I didn't get you a birthday gift. And I know you said you didn't even want birthday gifts. And the best gift was just, you, like us as people to show up. But I didn't show up. Therefore, gift. You're just gonna get a little trinket. Oh, Lights Out is that one. Yeah, I saw the sequel for that. It's a mass out. I should really, I've been intrigued by the book, but I didn't know what it was about. So I'm gonna take note for that. 2. Now I want to look this up. I'm in all caps. I want to see what these covers look like. Okay. I like the second one. I like the name of the second one better. Okay. That is fair. What does else does Shannon make? Is what type is this? Is this a meow 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 Dexter vibes. Okay, 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 interesting. Shannon May. What else do you write? Oh, she has some demonic ones. Those covers look really cute. No cap, no lie. Our books have really good ratings. Not bad. One of his follows and sets up a camera. That's the third time in a row. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Doc, you should get her some other book related stuff. One of the things I might tell my mom that I want for Christmas is a really nice like book light, because I want to read my books in my bed at night, because sometimes that's how I wind down instead of playing phone games. But I don't want to, you know, when you get comfy, especially since it's cold, I don't want to get up to turn off my lights afterwards. I just want to lay there. But also, I do need to get a little book bag. Like there's a specific bags to, you put your little book in, you zip it up, and then it keeps it safe. That might be cute to get her, to get your sister. She might like that. Especially if she travels and takes the books around. If she doesn't, you know, that's fine too. But they're still nice, because then she can take it to work. I don't think she should be reading at work. I say that, but I know exactly what book Shaylins have brought to work. Why did I say you as multiple people? There's only one, I know. We're back on this one. I don't know why that scared me. I didn't expect that noise. Hi, mate. Hi, Toku. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hey, oh. The zombie here. Zombie wanted to say hello to you as well. He's not very nice. But he wanted to say hello and thank you for the raid. Welcome. We have a little bit of Dying Light the Beast happening. We're yapping about books, but we be yapping today. Now, welcome in. Hopefully it was a good raid, a good stream over there. Man. Her voice is so pretty. Oh, I actually can give a shout out in a second. Oh, I ran past the, can I go up there? Oh my god, what the hell happened up there? Why was he sideswiping on this thing? I don't think there's lights on it. Trying to find where that one farm ranch was. I feel like it was this one. Ow, my ankles. No, not that one. We're trying to just loot something out. Man. I love a good romance book. Oh, that's what I need to read still. I don't think I'm in the mood. I really did try to go and get just one of the cheesy Christmas romance books. I won't lie, none of them looked interesting. My friends did joke about one, and it was because the name of the book was really funny, because it was a Hanukkah one, but the name was really funny. I forget what it was, because it was just a play on words, so it was a silly one. Nightmare for... Is that the one I'm thinking about? Hold on. I think I know which one. Oh, that looks really cute. That looks really cute, actually. Maybe. I almost just doxed myself once again. I'm not really good at not doing that, but she just called me a hoe. I read it. I did a little book club vibe. True. I know there's a Krampus book. It's not a cheesy holiday book at all. Cheesy holiday romance? Might as well. There is a Hallmark movie. Oh my god, the man, she kissed a snowman and he turned into a real man. It was the funniest shit. But it was really cute. Where the fuck did I watch that? Did I watch it at my friend's house? Her apartment? Was that last year? I'm still mad. I'm still mad about this one movie because she was just oh, my mouse is low. It was this actor, right? I'm pretty sure it was this actor. The Dark Romance. Not book, movie. Oh my god, she falls in love with a monster. Oh, there it is. Your monster. Who the frick is that actor? That movie still pisses me off. Oh, I was thinking of the wrong girl. That movie pisses me off still. Very upset about that. Very upset. Is romance code for smell? No. Yeah, spicy. If you want to trigger some old Wattpad people or Tumblr era like people, you got for fanfics you have the citrus levels. That's always fun to bring up. I would love to do the book club. I'm so bad at reading. Lemon and citrus, yes. God, I still love that. It's just so funny. And like, I think because that's what we grew up on. I'm like, no biggie. It's the best way to describe it. And then you don't out yourself, you know? But yes, there's the spice level for book. But romances can be normal romances. That's why sometimes when I want a good romance book, but I like fantasy, I will just pick from the fantasy section. Because it's not always going to be spicy. Unfortunately now, lately, they are all spicy and not... That's okay. Some of them are really cute. I still am pissed off about... I need to finish reading that series. What's wrong with you? Don't scream at me like that. You scared me. Don't you dare. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's not very cash money of you all. You dead? Okay. That man just screamed at me. Apparently he doesn't like romance. I need a good cheesy Hallmark movie. I never typically watch those, but they are really cute. Hallmark movie schedule? Oh my god, what is a man? No, snowman. What was that movie? Oh my god, that's what it was. It was Hot Frosty. Hot Frosty was the one we watched last year. That shit was so funny. Like, genuinely so funny. Just like Hallmark movies? Fair. Why? No hate, but why? Now I'm like invested. I'm like, okay, why? Because they're stupid and cheesy and like are the same plot in every single one of them. Because yeah. That's why I never watched them. But Hot Frosty was so fucking funny. Oh no, there's someone trying to murder me. Somebody's trying to murder me. Climb. Sometimes if the plot is too good, I just skim the spicy. That's where I was so upset. What is it? Kiko the Battle in Blood? Like, that one was directed towards the spicy, but then she got me invested in the plot. Is he gonna explode? Yeah, he's about to bust. She got me invested in the plot. I love these houses. But then the plot was like shoved into the last like 3 chapters. And I'm like, wait, no, now I'm invested in this. And you just skipped over it. Where am I going? Oh my god, he worked over there. Okay, so we're going on an adventure, and then we'll come back. I should have picked up that car. Somebody needs help? Oh.
I swear someone's here.
Oh, you're such bitches. No one tricks me. Oh. I'm not even aiming. I just started unloading. They freaking tricked me? Oh, hey. Yo, that's not very nice. Majority of them involve either cheating. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Your booty's out, ma'am. Cover up. Okay. Just very good, stable relationship for a guy she knew in high school. You know, fair. I can't even comment too much on it because I don't watch them too much, so like... That's really real. That's real. I'm trying to remember what the plot of Hot Frosty was. Because I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to think now for that one if she was in a relationship or not. I don't think she was. I think she had just gotten out of one. All I know is that she was broke. And our house was falling apart. It was so funny. It was so funny. There's a car? But that's fair. That's a fair reason to not like them. Oh, well. Who crashed this one? Somebody's chasing me. A car! Oh. A car at a price. Can't actually aim with this as well. Okay, you know what? Let's heal. Okay, okay. I just like the cheesy Halloween movies paired with the cheesy like Christmas movies are my favorite. But I feel like there's not as many like whoa. Good cheesy whoa, where'd you come from? Christmas movies compared to like Halloween movies. I don't want to eat it. Oh, sir, that dropped by your ankles. Dead man walking, you're dead. Who honking me? Hi, for you. He exploded himself.
Nothing personal.
Well, that's everything personal, buddy. Bink bonk. Hey, can I camouflage with one of you guys? Oh, you're a human. I can't camouflage. No ankles. Oh. Fucking beat the shit out of his ankles, bro. Maybe Titanic is not a good love story. Fair. That's fair. Oh. I still just remember watching that as a kid, and it's because I was most literally a kid. Did not understand why the car got so steamy because I was most literally, I repeat, a child. Did not know. And now I'm just like, damn. There was probably workers in there just like, what the fuck's happening? It's just like, oh god, somebody in the fucking car. Was that even? I don't remember if that was their car. Or a random freaking car. Where am I going? Just talking about Titanic steamy car scene. How do I honk my horn? There we go. Oh. Such a far drive. I think this is taking me where I don't need to go. If I hit back to that road though, yeah, I'll go back up to that road and then hang a right-hand turn. Imagine actually plotting out 100% wasn't. What? 100% wasn't what? Can I? Okay, wait. 100%. Gotta. How much gas do I got? Just about to be on empty. Oh, I hit that railing. My brain's so locked into driving. Okay, get out, Crane. Get out. Crane? Get out. Who's mad at me? You. I'm sorry that I was just driving on the road. Where else do you expect me to drive? Their car? Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, what did I say? Okay, frick you. Everybody stop hitting me. I just want to fill my car up. Why aren't you dead? Oh, that's me. That was my own freaking shadow. Put that on. And then we're gonna fill up my car.
You'll be swinging there forever, mate.
I don't want to risk my car. My par.
What the hell was that?
Dodge that!
Dodge what? My dick? Sorry, They were in my way, okay? That sounds like a lie. I don't want to lose my sword! Or my bat! Hold on, we gotta craft. We gotta craft. Repair. Repair. Now we're in business. Oh, hey, Max. How you doing? Don't mind me, just... Stop it. No arm for you. Hey. Ow. How rude of him. No ankles. What if I just try to chop you in half? Okay, yeah, we killed him anyways. No, why? Why are you not allowed to? No, Doc. Not allowed to. Just imagine I'm wiggling my finger saying Did I properly loot that body? I did. Oh, I chopped off his foot. I'm sorry. No. Okay, he's quite slow. No legs. Okay. Good, thank you. Finally got my bookcase. Built my mangas affection. Your mangas have a home. Okay, okay. And my drawers and desk. You're so real for that, though. It'd be like that sometimes when you don't have the. Don't you dare! I don't know where you are, zombie. I can't see you. There it is. Okay. Couldn't find the object. There we go. I'm doing good though, Max. Glad to see your manga have a home now. It be that way. But at least they have somewhere to live finally. That's so exciting. I needed to get a new shelf, but for my trinkets. So I get that. That passed and someone decided they needed to crash. Oh. Gone through Atlanta. I hate that. When you try to go the route that'll be like, yeah, it might be a little bit slower, but it's be faster than the main route because no traffic for an accident, and then somebody says, hee, what if I just like funk? Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Oh, my poor rear view. My side mirror. I can't see behind me. Still going this path? Correct. I think I need... Ooh, my boy. Oh, boy. Just... Oh! Just driving past. I need to get out of here immediately. This car is going to explode if I get hit, and I just put gas in it. I just put gas in this car. Okay, now I can get out. Anyways. Bonk, bonk. Oh my Jesus. I need to loot your body. Bonk. I got exploded in there. Oh! Oh, I'm in a higher level. Am I where I'm not supposed to be? I see. I just need to drive past everybody, though. I have... Oh. Don't have explosions in my pockets. Do this one. What if we do some, like... A little bit of those. What if we do, like, a couple of these? Gar's playing Destiny 2. Just so that we know. Stuck next to a Rolls Royce. Not a freaking Rolls Royce. Happy to hear you're doing well. Yes! I have a busy week, so this is the only day I'm streaming this week, which sucks, but that's okay. But yeah. Dying Light's fun. I just wanted a chill game, so it was between this and Stardew Valley. Very different opposite types of chilled game, but we take it. We take what we can get. Picture in Discord? Yes, please do. I want to look at the collection. Especially now that you have it nicely, like, it has a place to live. You're not who I need. They're not who I need. You're not who I need, actually. You're not. Oh! I'm just trying to explode this man. Oh my god. I should not be fighting here, but I am. Different change of pace in other games? Isn't it? A little bit. I usually always try to play story games, but I really do love this game a lot. Ooh. Shock mines might be cool. I've never used those before. Oh, I have Molotovs. I love, Sorry, he was just running straight at me. Whoa! You're on fire, man! Ow! Ow! Leave me alone! Okay, you're normal. I missed him. You know, he's a very large body, but I have missed hitting him a couple of times. I'm stuck. Is he stinky? You take one, and you take one. Is he dead? Right there, ma'am. Stay right there. Or sir, I should say. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna cover myself in this. Did you play the two first games? Yes, I did. I loved them. I loved the first one more than the second game, but overall, the second game was still really fun. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I still had a fun time. Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. Somebody mad at me? We're just gonna camouflage again. I'm sorry for like the yellow-brown screen. Just... Oh no. Oh, you're one who I need. Let's use this one. See what we get. Yeah, I'm in a higher level entry, okay? Can I fix my cars? I wonder if I can. I really shouldn't be in this area, but we're just gonna fully heal. For safekeeping. At least there's no, like, volatiles in here. Ooh. Let's do this. First one more too. Into the second one as much. It's not been completed. That's fair. I enjoyed a lot of, like, the side quests in the second one. And it was interesting having, like, factions that you can help. Like, different factions to be a part of. I think that part was really cool. Okay, that's the one I need dead. This is horrifying. There's a side quest in the second game that is so funny because it got them in trouble. And they had to change the names of the characters. So it's so funny, but it's an homage to Resident Evil, except they definitely just use Chris Redfield and Leon's name and Ada. So it was really funny just seeing that. That one was probably like a favorite part of that game. I don't like that the ending, not spoiling any of the ending pretty much, because it's still fun. It's a fun play, but it's one of those where like you are set on the ending, so you choose either this ending or that ending. So if you want the second ending, you gotta play the whole game over again. So that part I didn't like too much. I love when you get to choose, but it's since it's such a big game. Sure. Do I not own a car repair kit? I guess not. Okay. It takes so long to like recomplete it, and after you like put all the perks up for everything else too, I'm like, I don't want to do this again. Oh cool, my directions are on again. But it was still fun. Overall, did enjoy. Not upset that I got it. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I didn't expect this many people on this bridge. Excuse me. Pardon me. Crazy driver here. We'll hit everything in the road. No ifs, no buts. Oh my God, that was a lot sharper of a turn. Where's it taking me now? Oh, it is trying to take me up in there. Okay. Get off of my car. Oh, hey, my car's about to explode. Well, at least it got me to the city. This looks like something I would have done. Okay. I locked into the song for a second, just like, I just want a yacht. That's not a lot, bro. Oh, I don't have my... I thought I had my grapple hook out. Let's see. I thought I had my grapple hook out. I did not have my grapple hook. I just threw a Molotov and extra killed myself. Was that the fucking city? Ooh, feathers. Where am I? Where's the ladder? Oh my god, Crane. I know I'm Crane, but Crane... Oh, there it is. Man, it didn't put me in the city? Oh well. Time to travel again. Oh my god. I was telling my mom about, my neck. My neck and shoulder issue. I have my left shoulder that has been pinched by something for a while. And whoa! I didn't see you there. Why are you hiding in the bush, bro? But it's been pinched for a while. And it's been kind of annoying because I don't know why it's pinched. So just at random times, it just severely hurts when I move it up. And I don't know what it is. So I've been instructed to do stretches, and you know what I haven't done? Stretches. I don't want to go down there. There's a lot of zombies. Looks like a fun store. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, I've been in here multiple times.
This should be Henry's Market.
Oh my god, this market again? I'm gonna set them on fire. Oh, whoa! There's quite a few people around here. Stretch. We will. I'll crack my... I just don't know what it is. I feel my neck pinched today. I didn't do much yesterday, so I don't know why that hurts. So everybody should remember a good twist and crack. I almost said a twist and a twack. I had to like stretch out. I don't know what that is. There's something in like neck to shoulder that is always pinched. And I'm pretty sure it's from work, from like lifting things and the way I have to like lift up and over because it's been since summer. So I have a pretty good clue of what did it. I'm not there anymore, but I think it like didn't permanently, but temporarily really tweaked it. The crink and is fucked up too. Then yeah, I don't know why I pronounced the I don't know why I said crink for that word. I don't know why I did that. Not in the muscles. That's what I think. It's just really like messed up right now. Ooh, my eye went wonky. Like it's a really like tied up. The knot is really strong in this one, and it has not undone itself because it's been for a month or so. It's only on the left side. Every once in a while my right side hurts, but it's a different type of hurt. That is lopsided. I think it's back to normal now. Thai massage, dude. I never really liked the thought of a massage, but man, now I do. I really want a good scalp massage too, like the Korean scalp massages. I would like to get a good spa day, you know? A good spa day sounds wonderful. Oh, I thought he came back to life. Now with age, you know, man. Good massage, good like heat. Oh my god, heat on my bones, always great. Man. Maybe I should go visit Biwi. She has a pool at her apartment, and like the jacuzzi sounds really nice. Like cold water and swimming right now doesn't really sound really good, but warm, extremely hot, scalding hot. The temperature of the fucking sun sounds so good. Real massage by a professional until about 2 years ago. I think it's so a long ass time with that one. Real as hell. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a professional, like, any sort of massage. Just myself or my friends. Yeah, I give you. Are you a professional? You are Doc, you know. Oh my god, I suck at this right now. This is an easy one too. It's literally right here. Come here. Who's next? Okay. What a great way to... Oh, she's making her way. What a great way to... 27-6. Not the Wi-Fi password. We have the Wi-Fi password. Blood-sucking bunnies concert. What's this one? Oh. Oh, patient Henry. Brain with contrast. Mission relation of a high grade. I don't like. Oh, you're not dead. Sorry. I've opened you before. Not the doc, you a freak. Why are you shouting at him? Old wine. Oh. What's this? Silent to madness. Me too. Me too, madness. I love hearing the noise of people leave. My stupid, crude dyslexia hit again. I love reopening these. Meow, 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 meow. I really love... Oh, okay. I couldn't remember where I had gone. It's right in the middle. Down more? Or up more? Up more. There we go. I don't know what the frick I was saying. Break this box. Oh, I love these like chill vibes of like the Christmas music paired with this. It's quite a great time. I won't lie. Ooh, perfume. Anybody need perfume? Dude, I want to find a perfume. And I think I have my eyes set on a certain perfume. And I might treat myself. Not anytime soon. Maybe like after the holidays. But I think I might get a nice perfume. It was just really, it's really hard finding a scent that works for you, you know? Back, I had a perfume? Why, yes you did. I was just talking about perfumes. We did just find perfumes in the game. I need a car. I gotta go all the way back there, bro. Now we're gonna go on a short run. Okay, no. Go. Do you like... I do like floral smells. I do like smelling like an old lady. But I really do like sweet smells. I was looking at Gucci, which sounds really expensive, but like, dude, those fucking Gucci ones that like are in those old like style bottles with flowers. Nah, those look so pretty. There's some warm florals that like I feel like are too intense, but I might get eventually. You can't have my car? Well, what if I steal your car, Gar? I could. You have a skin... Do you have a skin? That works well. The other perfume girlies have been way too... It did... Not, dude! You know what got me into it is because I was watching Jody, Quarter Jade, talk about it. Because she was talking about finding her scent. I was like, I want to find my scent. I want to do this. G ones are so nice. They are. The yellow one is the one that I think I've been looking at. Like, okay. Are very nice. I might actually do that because I know the Gucci ones has a really cute one of like almost all the different colors from that set. So I might do that because they're not all bad. We just think, because me and Dewey, I have to call Biwi now, Biwi, because she's also B. She's a B name. Her name, in fact, starts with an A. Because you're B. Pistachio. Oh, that's such a cute name. Anyways, we were looking at that, and the yellow one works really well with me. The yellow didn't work as well on her. Still smelled nice, but yeah. Great selection, especially with holiday deals. Yeah, I think I might do that. At least to buy some, like, samples to try for a little bit. I'm gonna tell Car you said that, Gar, okay? I'm gonna tell her that you said I can't steal her. I'm gonna tell on you. Ow, I tweaked my neck. But yeah, I really want to find my scent. I feel like it's really hard. There was another one. It was a spring. It was cherry blossom. I forget the brand name. I could find really quick. We're not here for major gameplay. We're here for yaps and for me to do something on the side. Few more indie perfume houses. Success with, ooh, which that one? Oh. That, I have been seeing their stuff. I really like, I'm going to take note of that. We're going to leave that one up. I'm going to click on their link. Ooh, the collection sample. Because, like, I don't know, it's so hard. I think because I'm such a floral girly and a sweet girly that, like, some other scents I don't like too much. And I'm like, eh. And I don't know if it would smell good on me, but because I'm not used to it. Fragrance? What is this one? Let me find this one brand. Oh yeah, the Gucci has a little mini set of their thing. It's very cute. Replica. Replica sounds familiar. Replica is the brand I'm looking at. Yeah. Replica has one. It's the Spring Park one, if I remember correctly. They have cute sample bottles too. Is that one? There's like the Walk in the Park, I feel like. It's something like along that name. That one was very nice. I didn't like their lemon one as much. I need to unplug my mouse. Peppercorn lasts for hours. Ooh, interesting. 10 to 6 is spicy and woodsy. More musky scent. Skin scent. I'm not going to be able to say skin scent. Is that connected? Okay. Just hooked on. And absolutely my jam. Interesting. I mean, look. Come here, Google. Googly. I do love Replica for the way that they list out the scents on it. I love that because sometimes I don't know different stuff, but I love the way that they describe it. It helps me a lot. Like a grandma-ish, but not necessarily floral. Check out the perfume English Laundry. Laundry. Sorry, that's the smiling friends. I guess I should do perfume. I will check that out. Because I want to figure this out. Because I do love Chanel. But I think the Chanel that I like is not the old style Chanel. It's like one of the newer scents. I just don't remember which one it is. So good, yeah. Because I like someone who can describe it to me. Like, don't just tell me what exactly this is. What does this feel like? What is the feeling that we're getting here? But yeah, I didn't like their lemon one too much. I did like the ending summer because I love citrus. I love orange. I live in an orange grove, so I love it very much. On a date. Is it that one? Springtime in a Park. That is the one that I really like. It's the cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms floral. That's a nice bottle. What is you smell? What is you smell? Oh my god, that was the web browser. I'm just gonna mute that just in case that happens again. That was an ad from the perfume. Perfumes with VODs. I'm like just writing these down. I love talking about. I love my horror and zombie games, but I love my girly things. I love my Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. Orange blossom. Interesting. Taking note. I can find stuff with that. I have this really cute. Okay, you can't see that at all. That was so blinding white. It is an olive base chapstick, but it is citrus. My mom got it when she was in Spain. Very good. Does make me sneeze though. Let's do this so we can look at Crane. Orange flowers, so it's a citrusy floral. Species of orange that populates in Spain. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's probably the same thing. Let's see. Okay, I say that this is in not English. I forgot. Not English. Is that brand in Spain too? Yeah, very good. This makes me sneeze because the floral citrus smell of it is so strong. But it's very good. I want to look at the pink peppercorn. We're gonna leave Crane on the... Pink peppercorn. We're gonna leave that one up. What other perfumes? Some perfumes... I hate how their bottles look. Oh, I guess I don't need this up. Gucci. Man, I love those Gucci bottles. That perfumes all day. But go game girl. Let me know if you need... I'll let you know. I'm gonna take note of that. It smells like rain. Ooh, interesting. Why is that? I was gonna continue talking about perfumes and then I just saw this covered. I don't know why I decided to stand on it. It's on fire. It's gonna hurt me. I literally just burned myself. Anyways, I could talk about perfumes all the time because I want to understand it and figure it out. So I'm like, okay, I gotta figure out how to find my scent. I learned a lot from Jody. Doctor Who spotted? Doctor Who? I love Doctor Who. I need to finish that series. My mouse is so is stuck. What is that smell? No, now I'm like... And I agree that a rainfall. Interesting. Okay, okay. I'm like, I had to think in my head. I was like, what would that smell like? Steep down. Damn, you're gonna trigger the bad wolf memories. Oh, we're gonna run past this. Excuse me. Man, I can't believe she's gonna be the doctor. Forgot about that. Oh, hello. Hello, Dion. How are you? I agree. Where am I going? Okay. We're on a long walk. I can yap and walk. I always yap. It doesn't matter. This is bad. This would have happened in Stardew. I would have paused the game just to look up different stuff. There is a zombie that's about to scream at me. Zombie. Oh, okay. Stuck on the building. All right. Hell yeah. We take that. I'm doing good. I have now just been given a lot of information about perfumes and I'm very happy. Happy. Because, oh my god. I talked about it multiple times here. But the vampire's blood from Bath & Body Works is one of my favorite smells. I don't know what they put in there. I do know exactly what they put in it. It says it on their website. But like, oh, that shit smells so divine. And like, I usually use Bath & Body Works for like just everyday stuff. Which is why I want a perfume. Because then I'm like, okay, I can use perfume on like other days and whatnot. We also, me and B were talking about getting a like day perfume and then you have your going out night perfume. And I was like, okay, you're right. I gotta have options. I really wish, because I love the smell of peach and I'm very much a peach girly, but I didn't like a lot of the peach scents that were available. So I'm like, man, guess I'm not gonna be smelling like peach. Or is this one I don't know what I attempted to do there. It got me nothing. Got me absolutely nothing. That's the race car driver place. I don't really want to do that right now. Let's go find his grave. Meow, 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 meow. I'm pretty sure this album has gone around multiple times. It's by a tree. That's all I remember. I'm very hungry. Excuse me. Whee! I guess let's go get this stuff. Excuse me, pardon me, breaking in.
The fuck? It was just here.
What do you... Was the safe in here? I thought the safe was in the... No, the safe was in there. Follow the footsteps. What footsteps? Oh, these. Okay. Okay, gotta lockpick this again. Oh. Oh, thank God. I'm like, I don't know where these footsteps are going. I can't see. Oh, good heavens. Did this man steal this poor old lady's music box? I hear somebody screaming over there, but I'm locked into this mission, sir, so, you're gonna have to wait. By that, you're probably gonna die, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Whack. Ding. Bong. Boom. Excuse me, and pardon my... Hey, sir, I'm trying to read... No legs. Lost leg privileges. Oh. Sorry, ma'am. Okay, where are these going? You telling me these random men? Okay. They took this old lady's music box. I ain't messing around. Let's find a way in. And we're gonna shoot him. Can I go through that? Can Crane fit through that? Crane can't even get up there. Okay, Crane, let's go a different way. Crane, let go of the building. Yes, I do. Ow. You guys only deserve bullets. You stole the old lady's stuff. I know you probably didn't know that because, you know, she's not lived there for quite some time, but, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Oh my God. Straightforward, the boss is sending you on a job. He's negotiated sketches from Smokey, which clearly indicates that there's lost loot to be found in the shack on the edge of the swamp, supposedly enough to keep us alive for another month or two. Is that Rob and Rab with you? Damn. If the code ain't right, just figure out another way to open it. Eh, real as hell. No, please take care. No worries, bud. Please take care. Please take care. Do we remember what the code was? I can look at that one. That one's allowed. I don't want to turn that off. I want to be safe. I killed them all. It's okay. As well as you. Please have a good Thanksgiving too, bud. Nothing. Fuel. Fuel. What's this one? Opened. 7-4 open. Checked. 2007. Now working. Check. What? 11/17/08. There's so many things in my head right now. Okay. Oh wait, if I go to journal. 27/6. 27/6. Oh my god, numbers. Okay, so that didn't work. What did it say about the... wrong button. Right, larger and then Mass Effect. Mass Effect! Diagnosed a minute or tumor that the patient should be informed of the nature of the disease. 2 to 3 months. That was his. Our first grandchild's birthday. Um, 11/17/08. Eleven. 17. 8. $71, $61, $45. $71, $61, $45. 71. Oh god, it's 71. Wait, 61. 35? Okay, welcome everyone. Oh, it's Plunky! I was locking into the number. I couldn't. Did I get it right? 45. Fuck, I got it wrong. Fuck. 76? 6? Maybe 7? Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Hello, Plunky. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me tab out. Oh! I had perfume up. That scared me. That was... I just got like flashbang. Okay, I have to sit here with the flashbang. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Sarah. We're playing Dying Light today. We were playing some Dying Light, I think. Skadoosh. Skadoosh. Let me close that. We also have Christmas music going. I don't know why. But we just decided to. We just decided to. You wouldn't follow me if I didn't. Oh! Fox? Threatening you? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm gonna tell him all the wrong codes when he plays Resident Evil 2. When he plays Resident Evil 2, I'm gonna tell him everything wrong to do.
Hello,
tisk, tisk.
Raiders. My name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer.
71,
We do mixed
61,
bag
45.
Mondays,
71.
family-friendly Wednesdays, and horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we
61.
call life. Whoop whoop.
45. I had to lock in again. There. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoa. I'm trying to take care of it again. Can I? Okay, that's immovable. I need to figure this out. It is the whole vibe. I just want to be comfy today. I have to go back to work tomorrow and work 4 days again. Well, I had 2 days off in between. I am tired. I work late. And I work through Thanksgiving. So I said comfy. Comfy cozy today. That means Dying Light. I need to change the music though. We've gone through Life's album. Go to store closes? Yes, go take care of yourself. As well as anybody else with the raid. If you guys need to raid and run, go take care of yourself. If you need a lurk, go take care of yourself. No matter what, you're welcome to stay. But if not, take care of yourself first. Thank you, Flankito. Go run! Go run. Store important. The first two numbers are 20 and 7. That's what it was. It would... And that one's 21. No, yeah, it was 27/6. I thought it was 20 as well. This one was a different number. That's not the one I wanted. Yeah, it's 27/6 is the actual one. But I don't know which safe it is. So to the next safe, we got 3 choices. Oh, that's so much better doing it like that. 20. 7. Oh. Do I have to enter? Nope, but I can do that. 27, 6. It was like 11, 17. What's the other one? Oh, let's just do this one. 20? 7. 6. There we go. Okay, so this is the one we needed.
Gotcha.
Yippee! Okay.
Still need to put flowers on Henry's grave.
11, 17, 8. That should be the last one over here. 11, 17, 8. 11, 17. Unless it's the other number that's there. Nope, it's this one as well. Hell yeah, more loot. More valuables. Okay. Let's pull up some other music. Where's my smartphone? This was a really pretty album. Man, this was nice, cozy. Let's put on green then. We'll put on some green. Because, like, the calm vibes from that was very nice. So we'll do this. Unless we have other recommendations. Oh, what color playlist or what style playlist? What if we put on a bard playlist? Bardcore. Bardcore music? It's a whole playlist, but I don't know if I like this playlist. There's some good songs. It's all the songs that I listen to. It is very bardcore. But like, is this Bard Fantasy Mornings? Oh my god, that was one of their playlists. Let's play this one. This was actually one of my daylist playlist. Daylist playlist? That rhymed. Okay. Is there anything else in here? Farfalla, New Vegas soundtrack. Fair. Do I still have? Okay. I want to bonk. Okay, now we run. I just wanted to spike somebody because that was really fun. That was a joke. That'd be crazy if it was about— I need to watch that show. I know that's a game that you said, but I need to watch the show still. I think there's somebody in there. Damn, not letting the chickens rest. That's quite rude. Get off me. Okay, so she... here? She said it was by a tree. Bonk. Oh, here it is. Okay. Please, I'm trying to... I'm trying to put flowers out on somebody's grave. Zombie just really wanted to bonk.
Henry?
Really wanted to get bonked in the head.
You're a lucky man to have Iris.
Oh. That's so cute. Hey, Fox. Oh my god. Welcome. Welcome. Never seen you here before. Welcome. Welcome to the zombie game of all times. Probably take this out. I'm gonna fight this one strand of hair on my head. Is this the cave? Yes, it is. The Cave of Exiles. It's where we belong. This man's gonna get it. Absolutely decked. New here. Oh my god. Welcome in. First name Chatter. Foxcrest. Is that what your name is? Nice to meet you. Oh my god. Welcome. I'm Sarah. I got 12 cats. No fucking way. I was about to make me pee myself. No! Don't become piss boy. Why is the sun green? Liar. I ain't calling you a truther. Excuse me. Pardon me. Where am I? Oh. Oh, I need to find that. No, don't beep beep like that to me. I don't need this dramatic song. I was on my Bard happy music morning. I don't want Hunger Games. Achilles? Sure. We'll take that. Oh my god, I still remember the worst horror movie ever. When they freaking snipped somebody's Achilles tendon. Oh my god, that was awful. Oh no, I need to protect my ankles really quick. Oh, that made me extremely uncomfortable. Like, there's only a couple hostile. What? Yeah. Dude, there's like only a couple of horror movies that really like put me through it that make me so uncomfortable with like the pain. And that is one of them. House of Wax. Like, also, you know, he got encased in wax while still being alive and whatnot. Yeah, sure, that's pretty gross too, and his skin peels off. Yeah, but his Achilles getting snipped? Never. Bring her... That had a... Yes. Bring her back out of the newest things.
What's that?
It's not... Hey, I've standing there for a while.
New guy.
That had some moments. House of Wax had the Achilles. Hear me out? Cocaine Bear. When she fell out of the ambulance, that really got me too. Really good movie though. Very fun. I feel like there's a couple others, but oh my god, the Achilles tendon really, that makes me want to throw up.
That's the only thing.
Anyways, we're gonna go watch this old lady pass because she's dying. She's
How
old.
is she?
Still with us.
She's so cute, a little old lady.
Iris, honey. Look what we've brought for you.
That
Lucky old lady, you're so
was
right.
our
You're so
first
right.
dance as America.
Oh, I fucking love your name. Heckin' good boy.
Thank you, Amelia.
Heck yeah.
Thanks, Kyle. He
That's
brought it
me.
from your house. He placed flowers on Henry's grave too.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, under the tree. It was like family to us. Kyle, come
She's
here,
a sweet
sweetie.
old lady. Okay, that looked menacing for a second.
Is my garden still as beautiful as I remember?
Yes, it was.
Yes, Iris. It looks exactly as you remember.
Kyle is a
And the
fucking
porch swing.
shit liar.
Is it still there?
Truth be told, ma'am,
Absolutely.
I actually don't
You're
remember.
a good man, Kyle. But a terrible liar.
That's what I'm saying.
But at least you did it out of kindness.
Exactly. Kyle is a
She
shit
was
liar.
like family to me. Cared for me after they took my parents.
Aw.
Raised me. I could always count on her. And now,
I got you, man.
thank you, Kyle.
We did it! That was a cute little mission. Let's go see if I can sell stuff. Anyways, let me take all their money. We level it. Hey, we're level 11. We can do the Baba Yaga. Our trade. Some locking in to do. Lock the fuck in, soldier. You go do that. Exactly. Yes, I will. I probably will. I need a lock in for perfume eventually. If I go out and test some smells, I will come back with many of the questions to you. But please, go lock in. Come on. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for joining and thank you for the follow today. I hope to see you around. I'm gonna sell and I'm gonna steal it. Not a space for this item. Sell. Sell this one. Why does it sound like... Oh, it is. It is Anna. That's why. Oh, sell valuables. I want this scythe. Goods. It's like, this sounds like in a pantsuit. And a pants. What is this here? Season of the Witch. Oh my god, scary stories to tell in the dark? Dude, I fucking loved that series as a kid. That is the one book, like, as a kid, I would actively read. Or try to read. And I mean try, because sometimes I have skill tree! Skill tree points! I would struggle reading. Definitely did struggle reading. Definitely did. And that's okay. Inventory. Ooh, that's a nice one. Let's dismantle this. Dismantle this one. We're gonna use that till it's gone. I'm gonna put some stuff away because I have a bag here. Oh my god, the spider scene in this movie was something else too. I have so much in my inventory. Okay, we're gonna put away the obvious good ones. I'm gonna keep that one out. Put that away because I like that. We're keeping that. Put that away. Put that away. That away. Okay. I'm keeping that one because that's William's knife. I see, but I can upgrade things. Those are level 1 for purpose. We're gonna sell those two. That one. I like that one. That one we can level up. I have a nice baseball bat, so we'll take those out. I think I'll just dismantle them. I have a lot of money. Not crouch. Okay, boss. Dismantle. Dismantle this one. I was so scared of dismantling the wrong thing. Okay. No, keep that one. Dismantle this one. Okay. Do I have any shotgun ammo? Very minimal. I'm gonna put that away though. Okay. How long have I been streaming? We'll go get some other things done. We can do hunting Yaga. I kind of want to do this, but it's at dark. We can do... Get to Paradise Island and look here. Where the hell is this one? I'm intrigued. Where is the island? Oh, literally the tiny littlest island. I mean, that's back over there. That's hunting Yaga. Don't look back. We could go do these two things since they're next to each other. I don't want to race. I don't want to race. So I think we head back this way. I mean, we can stop there and then go that way. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Plot devised. Somebody just hacked up a lung.
If anyone can come in like they own the place, we won't live long.
It's gonna be stuck in my head. Okay. Locking the fuck in. I think we at least do a 5-hour stream. I mean, because I only have to... I forgot it was almost nighttime. I mean, we could try to balls to the walls. They don't run out at night. I don't think that's a good idea. I kind of miss Halloween. I never get to celebrate Halloween. I don't hate working. Oh, let me bring them this. It's the main story quest, but
Here's
I have
your
it.
radio.
Thanks.
So I might as well drop it off.
Come on. Work. It's working. Sort of. The signal goes in and out.
What's wrong with it?
We probably need to replace more than one transmitter. Meaning we need one on all of their relays.
Rain do that.
Seriously?
It's the only way to get a strong enough signal. Without it, their conversations
Damn,
will be
all of
unintelligible.
them?
All of
Hydrate,
them?
thank you, quiet.
How many
I
are we
hope you're
talking
well.
about?
There are 3 towers. You've tapped into the first already.
All right, 2 more. It's not so bad.
There is another problem, though.
Of course there is.
I only
Stretching
had
my
one
fucking
transmitter.
arms.
Well, where did you get that one?
Found it in an abandoned military convoy.
Are there other ones around?
A few.
I need to do
I'll mark
proper
the
stretches
locations of
after
the
stream.
convoys we have
truth
yet
be
to
told.
search.
Okay, I'll see what I can find.
I need new earrings, but like not like new earrings. I just need new like staple earrings. So I just need new balls. Cause these are just balls. Did that go back to tracking that? Yes it did, but unfortunately I don't want to do the main quest right now. I want to go out of over here. Oh no, wait, I want to do Paradise. I want to do haunting, trouble? None of those words were the right one. Trouble in Paradise. That's the right one. Ooh. Sigil, mysterious stone on the surface carved simple eerie symbol. Marking seemed to be the shift of light, hinting at something hidden in the darkness. The stone tied to the shadows of unseen forces lurking beyond. Well, that's a little creepy. You know, these are like the little things that's like, you know, maybe we shouldn't be touching these things. I had those in backwards. Oh well, adding it to my collection. Collection added.
Crane, some old military convoys are still untouched. No one looted them, cause they're locked tight. You'll need keycards.
I didn't go to sleep. It's at night.
Some infected soldiers might still have them.
I don't know where I'm running, and I just ran out here in the middle of the fucking night. We're making one hell of a run. We are making one hell of a run. Oh my god. Why did I do this? I literally walked back in to go to sleep, got distracted by the fact that that was him! Stay back. Don't bring that out. Crane, run! Crane, fucking run for your life. Oh my god, it's a stinky tree. Excuse me, pardon me! Why is he T-posing? Oh, what? The fucking zombie was T-posing! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Stop it. I didn't mean to shoot, but now I'm shooting. Don't touch me, I'm scared. Why was there a zombie T-posing? Whoa, get out of here. I want to go back to that zombie. Chase, get out of here. I'm trying to go up. There we go. Oh my god. I couldn't get up here. There was a fucking zombie T-posing in the middle of that chase. If I sleep, it'll be gone. I'm asleep. Never again. Don't like that. I wonder if that zombie's still... Oh yeah, I needed to check. I needed to check to see if we're... But the rat... And then... Cheesecake! Okay, no bald gay. No bald gay tonight. So sad. How do I... Crane? I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop doing... I was gonna try to grapple hook, but it was not locked into anything, and I said, no, it will. I really said, it'll do it. It'll be fine. Let me see if my mouse is charged enough. My mouse is currently tethered, and I don't like it being tethered. 43. Good enough. Oh my god, if I can plug it back in. I like this mouse, but I'm also pissed off at this brand currently. But also plugging it in is so... It's not like difficult, it's just difficult enough that I can't see what I'm doing. Okay, excuse me, actually. Pardon me. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me. Paradise. Y'all gonna... Can I check 2 things at once? Oh. Oh. Somebody needs help! They're calling me. I actually cannot see. This game is being as bright as the... Oh. Do you need F or H?
Don't leave me.
F.
I'm begging.
I never fucking use those things. It's okay. Give me the goodies before that zombie hits you and kills you.
Time.
Yes, thank you. Give me my rubber. Thank you. Dankeschön. Thank you. Thank you. Not me just mumbling my languages and running for my life. I thought that's it. It is! I thought his name was Penis, and it was! I was just like, no, it's not. It has an R in it, silly. No, it was! Silly hee hee ha ha humor. Oh my god. I want to play Restaurants. Are you okay? Oh my gosh. Oh, what is happening? Oh my god, everything was happening. Please, I can't see anything. The sun is going down here, so it is... Bonk. Okay, stop touching me. Stop touching me. What is happening? Oh my god. I can't see at all. Okay, I need everything to leave me alone. Weapon is almost broken. Not my sword. Okay. I'm gonna have a dent in my head from this headset. What's new? Does anybody else have an epic fucking dent in their head from their headset? Oh, this was paradise. I wondered why this was so cute in lockdown. I was like, oh, how cute. Oh, they got overrun.
So, this is where Brad and Beth lived.
Oh yeah, they definitely got infected. Clear the infected. You want... Okay, hold on. They want me to clear the infected. My sword is about to break. Oh, this is the last repair for it. A catastrophe. I'm very hungry. Yes, come close enough that it hurts. Is she gonna heal? You can walk under that. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, Jesus! I hit him, but also... He hit me in the fucking head. He backslapped me. Okay. Oh. I ate too much. What did you eat? I should have just showed up to work and shared lunch with you. Then you wouldn't have eaten too much. Oh, he's dead. Oh, Japanese curry. Oh, that's so good. Dude, curry sounds so nice. It's not super, super cold today, but like, especially when it was raining, oh, that would have been perfect. Damn it, you're so right! I forgot we pulled the cards last night. We could have. I forgot. I forgot he was in today. Could have fucking just bullied him. On to. Oh, searching you. Catastrophe. This is what happens when I don't get put into work when my Shaylin is there. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me be civilized and open the door. Oh, there was nothing there. Okay, so are they still infected? Can I close this door so infected don't show up here? No, I can't. Are you alive? Oh. Sorry, my dude. Give him a better hug because he hugged me when I was sitting down. Fair. Fair, gotta give a proper hug. Yay! Don't give a hug like that. Not a recommended dropkick hug. Do not recommend. Very fun. Very good. I'll buy for an extra viewer. Aww. Give head pats and kitty kisses. They deserve love. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry, my dude. Didn't mean to run you over like that. Oh my god. He was sleeping on the floor too. I forgot they told me I was the chosen one. Essentially, they don't know how to clear out zombies. Are you still alive? Oh.
That looks like the last of them.
That was a nice little, like, nice little place. I love that, like, and now to be just a slightly bit fair. Real as hell. Do I have anything else here? Goodies in there. Oh my god. I'm so hungry. I am actually hungry. Let me check the cord. That says Pointy cane at chompers. He has chompers. I have chompers, bunny chompers. Advice for fishes. Oh, okay. Well, I don't really care about the fish, but sure, thank you. Oh, pitchfork. I need to check the cord. It's at the cord. The cord. Checking the cord. Lockpick. I see. Oh, I set my pitchfork down right there. Fuck. I can't see. I can see, but the sun is entering my household. Wait a minute. Tool repair. Oh, more pitchforks. I was like, what are these? That looks so squish at the end.
Power's on, but the lights aren't. Shit.
Well, solve it, Crane. We must solve this mystery. There's goodies in there. Investigante. Oh.
What is this?
Not here. Other side. Yes. Nope. Inside. Wrong. Turn on?
Shit.
Nope.
Totally shorted out.
Not the way he said totally. And the cause of the shortage? Oh, where is my little shortage? Now it's the backside.
Alright, there's the problem.
What's the problem? Oh. Okay, it's this whole thing. Why the hell is it over here? It wasn't here.
Underwater.
Archie.
It must have blown a fuse. What the hell really happened here?
What the? I don't know. I love this song. I love this song so much. Unplug damaged cord. Okay, so we're gonna unplug that. Find a working fuse. Okay. Wasn't there one over here? No, but I'm gonna go steal things over here. I don't think that's a good fishing spot. They flatten their lettuce while making salad. Very interesting. I like the crunch, so I don't. But that's fair, because I do like crunchy it when I put it into, like, sandwiches. Dance around the courtyard. Swinging my skirts jumping around. Dude, Shaylin, I want the Ren Fair again. We gotta get a group to go this year. I want to actually go with you this year. Like, I go with my friends, but then I go with you, too. Oh, here, I see. Open sesame. Oh, I cannot see. Why am I checking? Just enter.
Must be another way in.
Crane, just enter the house. Oh, 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 I'm stuck on everything. I can't see. The sun is so bright outside. We'll definitely do a day. Yes. It is. It's almost time. It's getting closer. Die. Get the season pass this year. I'm so tempted. I know for a good portion. Are you dead? A good portion of it, I probably won't have work. Because, you know, it's that awkward time. Oh! She got no legs. I need to plan out my fits. The first fit of the year is always pirates because that usually ends up being like the first or second week of it, like the specialty weeks. But I want to go for my birthday again. I didn't get to go this year for my birthday because of stupid training, and they've been denying all of my RDOs. Any RDOs, ADOs, they've denied them all. So I'm like, birthdays, yes! Because I only have the one that I bought from there, which I do love. It was definitely a fun experience buying it there. I love that. And it's reversible. I've used it like ever since, so I'm like, well worth the money at this point. Pickles! I love my pickles from there. You fan of Stranger Things? If so, you'll be watching the new season today? Do wait until tomorrow because it doesn't drop until 1 a.m. Oh, that's crazy. It doesn't drop till 1 for you? I will not be watching today. I think I want to try to watch it with my mom. I am still 1 episode behind. I have one episode to watch. There's what? Oh, yes. But I need my outfits. I need to buy some extra little pieces for the outfits. Meow. Why yes. Why yes, meow. Watching with your mom? Yeah, she's really invested in the series. She loves it very much. And I'm like, you know, I miss watching shows on the TV. So I'm like, it would be really fun to watch it on the TV with them. Didn't find paradise, but rather paradise found us. We lost Block who found our way onto the island. Okay, so they're talking about paradise. They created the very happy views. Which they got. But I'm very excited about
these were the others in Brad and Beth's community.
So she was alive when she died?
This is Pammy. I have little time left.
She has no legs.
Reload them. Then our UV lights went out. And it was no accident, I'm sure of it. Had to be Brad and that bloody sister of his. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore.
Damn.
I'll be in here soon.
Fuck. So they really did lure infected here.
I don't want to hear this great song. I don't know, Ricky. Yeah, I'll do that. So they're bitches and hoes. Well, I'm still gonna fix up this place because it'll be a nice hideout for me. But I'm very excited for the new season. I'm trying not to watch too much of it because is that inside? Because then we have to wait for the next like part of it in December.
Brad and Beth were against it, but got outvoted.
Interesting. There's only 5 of them. That's so fucked up. Oh, inside. Me thought outside. Use. I can't believe the series ending. I can't believe how long it's been. Oh. Well, that's... Oh. Well, that's quite bad.
Shit.
Let's go. Come here, now. I'm trying to lock in. Yeah, he fell in water, yeah! Whee! Man. Why do they have the freaking alarm? Shut that thing up! Smack it! Oh, I missed him completely. So they did a setup. They set these people up. Oh, my people. Oh, big low. Okay. Let's see what else is here. Oh, there was a chest over here I wanted. Why, yes. There we go. Okay, it's added. Oh, okay. Well, that looked scary for a second. Ew, what are those? Never mind. Shed plug, leave connected, lights plug, disconnect, cable to water, lights off, only for a moment.
Was someone looking to sabotage the UV lights?
Does look like it.
Time to leave.
This place is pretty safe now. Makes me think of the sirens. Ooh, okay. Oh my god, it's just deeper water than I thought it was. It's too green, breaking up. Damn, you said too much green here. I need this to stop.
Crane's on the move. Enemy acquired.
Do I have a shotgun? Hey, that really hurts. Ow. Stop shooting me, please. Yeah, fuck them up, zombies. I don't even know why these men were here. Now that we're men. Now that we're men. Okay. That man got eaten by zombies.
Come get me, asshole.
Fuck you.
Almost.
Almost. I decked you in the face. Anyways, onwards. What nice little music while I run around this world. So Brad and Beth set them up and got all their friends killed. Honestly, this one probably will be added to the green playlist. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Making my way through. Yippee. Oh yeah, they randomly... Ow, I hit my face against that wall.
I went to the island. UV lights are back on.
Oh God, I can't see them.
No more infected.
Thank you.
But using infected as fish bait? The hell is the matter with you people?
Wasn't our idea. We were against it from the start.
Exactly. Pammy and the others came up with it. They were the ones luring the infected onto the island, and we know how that turned out.
We tried to stop them.
Why weren't you just upfront with me?
I'm gonna interrogate them. Get out of here, Galinda. Damn. Lady, you gonna be alive? I'm probably gonna finish this up and then I'll probably end because I'm really hungry.
Yeah?
So I would like to food.
Here.
I would like to food. I would like to
fish bait.
Eat
For
some food.
fuck's sake, that's just crazy.
We pleaded with them, but it was no use. Stubborn ass fools.
Oh my god, so nice to meet you.
Brad, I know you wrecked the UV lights. You got blood on your hands.
Brad?
I found Pammy, or what was left of her. She made a recording. Had a hunch about the culprit.
But it was an accident.
Knock it off. I know it was you. Even found your electrical drawing.
I found your drawing.
I'm sorry.
I know you draw in your
but
pastime.
I had to do something. We even talked about it.
We talked about disabling the bridge or the siren, not the fucking UV lights.
Guess I misunderstood.
How do you misunderstand?
They're all dead.
But we're alive. Okay, we'll go back to paradise and rebuild it.
Shut up, Brad.
All right, enough of this. Get back to that island, bury your dead, and live as best you can, I guess.
He's so disappointed in them.
Beth.
Leave me alone.
That's crazy. Been on the ship because that's what I've been seeing. Okay, I'm going to go take myself and put myself here. Or we'll get ourselves to the... somewhere over here. Maybe monastery. No, I can get myself all the way here because then we can start off and do these things. So we're going to go on a little travel trip and then we will end stream. They're just... they all look like they've been through it. Oh, my tummy it rumbles. It's that only hands can satisfy. Sorry. I hope somebody knows that. Murder a munchkin. Yeah, it's been a lot of talk on. Oh, that man he just keeled over. I didn't do anything. Llama with head. The llama in heads. Carl. That kills people. What a great time. Have I gotten that one? I have. Oh yeah, that's the one where we just were. Yeah, because a lot of the cast looks emaciated. And not a good way, where it's like, okay, they're just taking care of the stuff. It's like the opposite. It's like they are not, what the hell is that what happened? That was not English at the end there. I don't apologize, but yeah. Torrent tears? Yeah. I mean, oh. I'm under the water. Help. It kind of reminds me of like, Poltergeist. I was like, what was that one movie? That one movie of all time. I don't like being in this water. I don't know where the floor is. I can't see what's below me. And there's a lot of fish. What the fuck is happening? I just emerged from the water. What are they shooting at? I'm about to watch them get. Why are they all here? Hey, that man's shooting at me. I don't think you should shoot at me. I'm not doing anything. I'm just swimming. Oh my god. Are they gonna kill that thing? Or is that thing gonna kill them? I just walked up to like a battle. They killed him. Fucking run, Crane. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm gonna sit here. Who's wheezing? Okay, time to get off this island. I heard ow. I heard that wheeze. I'm so hungry. Oh my god, who's shooting at me now? I still hear that wheeze. I think this was the little tower I was looking for. Or there might be one across the way? Monastery's up there. Somebody needs my help? That's not help, that's just loot.
Nameless sack of shit.
Oh, that's on him. Oh. Oh. That's gonna explode, dude. Oh, not me. Oh, please no. Yeet. I should not be getting distracted. I am hungry. But it's just free loot. And it could be good. Could be good loot. Ooh. Legendary. Oh, my tummy just rumbled. I was like, why am I hungry? I didn't eat too much for breakfast. That would be why. Go eat, girl. I will. I'm just trying to get to my one location. I'm just getting distracted. My tummy has the rumbles that only hands can satisfy. Oh, that's what location I'm going to. Okay, 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 okay. Did I add this to that playlist? Playlist. Damn, that's a good version. Okay, somebody shot me. That's a fucking sniper. Do I have... Why is there a sniper here? I really want his gun, though. That's not where I wanted. I wanted him. Take his legs. So that wasn't his legs. That kind of was his whole body. Hey, who's in here? Why are you in here, dude? You want out? Are you stuck? Why is there a man in here? Come on. I'm gonna come over to your house. On his stream day, I'm gonna set up a stack table right next to you for you to nibble while you play. That would be so cute. I know, I never bring snacks when I play games. Only sometimes. And I really should, because otherwise I don't eat. But then I feel bad snacking, but I love snacks. I should have made my glorified Lunchable. Where the fuck is this one? I need to blink. Oh my god, my eyes are like not dry, but it's so bright, it's hurting my eyes. I'm... Okay, I killed them. Meow, meow. Well, now I have to see if there's anything else in here. Ooh, that's a very dark cave. Oh, that thing moves. Whoa. Okay, we're going this way. Tree. Oh my god. I gained speed. Oh, I put myself in between that. That was really freaking cool, I won't lie. No, nothing you can take will ever worth keeping. Okay, so I go Yippee. It'll save my game. We come back, we do the Yaga. Basically, I was basically Spider-Man. Put me, oh my god, I can't see. Put me in coach, I'll be Spider-Man. Okay, that'll be it for today. Yes, I'm sure. I also cannot see my computer screen. My computer screen because the sun is shining. And this game is very dark and I cannot see. Keep on working. Oh, you know, that's so funny. This is the Crimson edition, but the song you suggested, Shaylin, was actually already on this playlist, just a different version of it. Crazy. Eat, no worries. I'm gonna head out because I need to eat. So good night, super quiet. I hope everything's well with you and good luck at work. Where am I? Oh my goodness. We were heckin' talking about perfume. So I have Sephora up for perfume. I have Kismet olfactive up. I have Replica up. I have English Laundry up. I have a specific scent up, and I have another specific scent up. That's crazy. Anyways, we gotta find out where to send you guys. I had so many scents up. I will. Thank you, Quiet. I love you very much. I give you go to bed now. I give you the mwah and the punch to like knock you out. The lovingly punch to make sure you go sleep. You know? No ifs, no buts. Only sleep. We have not raided out in a hot minute, so we are going to raid out for surezies. Let's see. Oh. She's still streaming. Okay. Ooh, Rachele. It's on Resident Evil 4. I think leaders on Arc radars. Tori. Oh, I love Tori. I miss her. I say that as if I've recently seen Tori. I have not. I just love that girlie so much. I think since it's been a minute, we are gonna go over to Moon. Your little cat raid. I can't see properly at all right now. I think I do have major problems with my eyes. Will I accept that? Absolutely not. There's a little raid message for anybody who is going and who has a little emotes. If not, just send some little cat raids. Can I highlight this? There we go. Not just give a little cat raid. I want to send you over to our lovely little friend Moon. I freaking love their name, Marquee Moon. But Moon is playing Palia, the usual. I don't think Moon's leaving anytime soon. So yes. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for yapping. I love yapping. That is my brand. That is what I do. Let me mute that. But yeah, other than that, can't even say I will see you tomorrow. I will see you on Monday. With more Dying Light. With the normal schedule. Next week will be normal. Oh my god, there's no bald gay night tonight. No! Agony, pain. I'm gonna paint my nails though. But other than that, I love you all. Please take care. For everybody here in the America. Everybody here in the States. I hope you all have a good Thanksgiving. Please stay safe, especially if you're driving places. I have to stay safe because I drive when everybody's out. So please stay safe, everybody. Have a good weekend. For everybody else, have a good weekend. Stay safe still and stay hydrated. Other than that, I need to hit my buttons. I'm gonna say bye from here. I don't know what song's playing now because that song ended. Creep? No. Icarus and Apollo? Sure, we'll do that. But please have an amazing weekend and everything. Stay hydrated. Stay well. I will see you all on Monday with Dying Light in our normal schedule next week. But I love you all. Please and thank you for joining today. Please and thank you. That makes sense. Anyways, I love you all. Let me start this raid. Otherwise, I'll forget. But yes, I will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.